Morning, everyone. Uday here.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Professor Akshay, Anuj sir, uh, Uday sir. Most welcome to the panel discussion session.
Good morning.
Good morning, Anuj sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar. You can call me Anuj.
morning.
You don't need to call me Anuj, sir.
Hello, Amit. Yeah.
I'm good. Hello, everyone. Good morning to
Namaskar.
all.
Namaskar, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Hello, everyone.
So we are just waiting for our other panelists to join, and then we shall begin.
Sure.
Sure.
Hello everybody, this is Professor Nazrul from Bangladesh.
Morning, Professor.
Yeah, thank you.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Anju. I hope you are there.
Bharti, am I audible?
Yes, absolutely, Anju. Anju, we were just waiting for you. Shall we begin?
Give me a sec. Let me just arrange this.
Sure.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Namaskar,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, namaste, namaste. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, our all panelists are here, so we shall be beginning in a minute.
Sure.
Namaskar and a very warm good morning to one and all present here. We welcome all our delegates to the second day of the international conference on the theme AI-driven innovations, transforming IT and management dynamics for the panel discussion on AI readiness, technology impetus, and business adoption. To keep our delegates and participants updated, let us brief about the conference proceedings of the inaugural session and the first and second technical sessions. The inaugural address in the morning was delivered by our chief guest, Mr. Rishabh Nag, founder Humanly.ai. Guest of honor address was given by Mr. Nishant Patni, serial entrepreneur, angel investor, investment committee member, Startup Oasis. And the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Rohit Mehta, practice head, quality and automation testing, Pratham Softwares. The technical session 1 titled AI Driven Management, Harnessing Technology for Strategic Advantage had Professor Nazrul Islam, Pro Vice Chancellor, Independent University, Bangladesh, Mr. Abdul Hakim, Chief Marketing Officer, Hurian HDF Limited, Bangladesh, and Professor Varinder Singh Rana, City University, Ajman, UAE, as our keynote speakers. The keynote speakers for the second technical session, titled AI-Driven Emerging Technologies, were Dr. Frolian Mobo, Professor, Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, Philippines, Dr. Nada, Faculty of Economic Business and Tourism, University of Split, Croatia, and Professor Beatriz Bisotto, Unifact West University, Brazil. Now let us begin with a panel discussion on the theme AI readiness, technology impetus, and business adoption.
This will be an honor to introduce our eminent panelists, and I'm really thankful, grateful that I got this opportunity. So I would begin with Mr. Amit Joshi. He is the director of the esteemed Global Knowledge Research Foundation and Knowledge Chamber of Commerce and Industry of India, Gujarat. Welcome, Amit. Mr.
Thank
Amit is Mr. Amit is a distinguished entrepreneur and researcher with a PhD in cloud computing and a postdoctoral degree in market analysis of international business from National Taipei University of Business, Taiwan. He has edited over 100 books for prominent publishers like Springer, T&F, and ACM. Additionally, he has organized more than 100 national and international conferences and workshops across 20 countries, including the USA.
I think, ma'am, that is
Canada.
enough, and we should definitely proceed
No,
towards the
Amit,
technical content of the
Amit, yes,
session.
yes, we shall definitely begin further, but it is important for our students also to know our panelists. So for that. So welcome, Amit, and we are proud to have you in our panel. Professor Akshay Dwivedi. He's a professor with Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering and Dean, Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy at IIT Roorkee. Welcome, Akshay. And I feel proud to announce that under Professor Akshay's mentorship, the IIT Roorkee team won the first prize from the Social Stock Exchange in August 2024. Sorry, because of time contingency, I could not share about details of the project, Akshay, but otherwise I would have loved to do that.
Thank
He
you.
has,
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
and good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Akshay. Professor Akshay has contributed over 150 research papers and filed 12 patents, 5 of which have been already granted. Notably, he has also led the development of Pran Vayu, a low-cost portable mechanical ventilator that played a crucial role during the pandemic. So that was a great contribution to the nation, Akshay. Thanks a ton for the same. Next, I really feel proud to my very close friend Anju Kohli, who is Business Head Sales, Cyber Defense and Forensics, Cargo USA. In this ever-changing fields of safety claims and cybersecurity, Ms. Kohli stands out as a seasoned professional and thought leader. With over 2 decades of experience across technology, cybersecurity, telecom, media, banking, and education, she really brings a rich depth of knowledge to the table. Thanks, Anju, for accepting our invitation. Anju, you are muted, sorry.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Bharti, for this wonderful invite for today.
Yeah, most welcome. Next, I would take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Uday, who is General Manager and Group Head, Data and Analytics with Suzlon Group. Sir leads the organization's data-driven transformation with a PhD in AI and 15 years of rich experience in technology innovation. He specializes in using data and analytics to improve customer experience, smart products, and manufacturing. He was also recognized with the Indian Achiever Award for innovation for his work on technologies that enhance driving behavior and road safety in India. Welcome, sir.
Thank
Mr. Anuj Gandhi, sir, I really feel proud to introduce you, who is Head IT and Digital with Sterlite Power Group. Sir has successfully architected and developed a retail loyalty platform. As an experienced web developer and producer, he excels in creating user-friendly app designs. His colleagues regard him as a valuable team leader and a significant asset to any organization. Welcome, Anuj, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Next, I would really feel proud to introduce our panel moderator, Professor, our very own Professor Anil Mehta, sir, who has worked as Professor, School of Business and Commerce, Manipal University in Jaipur. He was professor and head department of business administration, University of Rajasthan, and he has more than 4 decades of teaching experience. He has also worked as vice principal, University Maharani College in Jaipur itself. He has published more than 40 articles and research papers in leading journals, and also he participated in more than 80 national and international conferences in various capacities. 38 students have already been awarded PhD under his supervision, besides 2 postdoctoral researchers. So, Professor Mehta has also authored more than 11 books, I believe, sir, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
I
I
re-
think now it's enough, more than enough.
Ji, sir.
Thank you.
I request Professor Mehta, sir, to kindly take over as a panel moderator and commence the session, sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed panelists of this session, organizers and my younger colleagues, academic colleagues in IIIM. At the outset, I'm really thankful to you for organizing this wonderful international conference on a subject which is very, very contemporary one. And as we all know that AI is a subject to which most of us are directly or indirectly connected with. And it's I think nowadays, a subject of discussion and talk in every conference, be it a business or service sector or government or other organizations. And I was just listening the report of yesterday that it was addressed by the eminent speakers, and I'm quite sure that those who have attended this particular conference, they must have got a very, very rich inputs. Now today, in this panel discussion, the subject is quite interesting. That is AI readiness, technology inputs, and business adaptation. I was just going through the resume of the eminent panelists. It is indeed very, very rich. And interestingly, this panel comprising of personalities representing research organizations, institutions like IIT, hardcore academicians, as well as practitioners. So certainly, the discussions will take place from all these 3 perspectives: researcher, academicians, and certainly the practitioners. We all know that AI has impacted all types of organization, and certainly whether it is banking, retail, or marketing organizations, perhaps they are certainly having a lot of benefits from artificial intelligence. Of course, there are a number of challenges, number of pros and cons. And apart from that, in spite of debate, the future of AI is very, very promising. The kind of revolution that we find in the field of artificial intelligence, you will agree with me that it is very, very difficult nowadays to predict even what can happen even in 5 to 10 years. AI has come, and certainly it will remain. The only thing is that how to grab more and more opportunities, how to take maximum advantage of AI technology, and how to face these challenges. In this particular session, we are going to discuss three important dimensions of AI. Number one, whether organizations are ready to embrace, to accept AI. To what extent they are ready for the new changes. Secondly, what are the technological changes which are taking place and how they are going to impact various organizations? And certainly, to what extent businesses are ready to adapt the new technological interventions and changes. So all these three aspects are very, very important. To begin with, let us start our discussions, and I would like to perhaps invite the eminent panelists to share their views and observations about the various dimensions. The first question to the eminent panelist is that what are those key indicators that really are the starting point to start the AI in their respective organizations? That is how they can, in new startups or new organizations can proceed with artificial intelligence. What should be their line of action or action plan? I'm not directing these questions to any panelist. Anyone can come forward and share their views, and accordingly, the discussions will further move. My question was that what are the key indicators that really indicate that, yes, organizations are ready for artificial intelligence interventions in their respective functioning?
Thank you, Professor Anil, for a very, very apt question here. But just because we are into the introduction of this session, I just want to put two lines before we start the discussion on this.
Fine, yeah.
That what actually is AI? Is it new to us or it is very old? Because a lot of students are participating, so they must know the history of AI as well. I think they must know it, but still. So I think everyone would have heard the name of Alan Turing. So in 1950, Alan Turing published one paper that was computational machine intelligence. And thereafter, from 1950 to 1956, there was a huge debate like this, what is happening today about AI, that what is going to happen, how these machines can take over. And that particular era was termed as imitation effect or the imitation game. So that game represented all the questions which were involved in all this. And later in 1956, when this artificial intelligence was actually invented and coined, that was Professor John McCarthy in 1956 who invented or who coined this word artificial intelligence. So it is 1956, long 60, 70, 80 years down the line, which when we started with AI. And today, when we talk after 80 years, it is much, much huge, much, much bigger. We think that we are able to capture AI, but no, AI is going to capture us over and over the time. And we think that we are able to control it generally, but it doesn't happen. It's so huge and so potential driven oriented that it is not going to happen. One more thing I want to put here, that Alan Turing, when I talked about Alan Turing, those students must know that Alan Turing was also a role model where this AI-driven innovation started long back. And if you know about ACM, Association of Computing Machinery, gives away the annual Alan Turing Award for the best professional in computing, started in 1966. A very old association which started in 1947. I think in this month, only 15th of September, 1947, and one of the normal universities that was at that time, that was Columbia University. Today is a very, very big and very renowned university, but I don't Hope that that time it was so popular, but the invention that they laid that time, 80 years back, today it is much worthy and much relevant in this era. So coming to Professor Anil's point that what are the driving forces that AI should be adopted in the business environment? I think data is one of the most important thing, because the organizations, maybe it's business organizations, maybe it's institutions, maybe it's startups, corporates, anybody, maybe it's banking sector, the data is very important, because these days data has been bifurcated into so many things: good data, big data, bad data, uh, unorganized data, organized data, synthetic data. There are too many data. So it is most important that which type of data you are working on to prepare for AI. So that is one thing I would like to quote here, that data is very important in any type of AI driven technologies or AI driven innovations. If you are not using the right kind of data, we might get into trouble, because AI takes decision on their own. So if you are not providing or feeding the right kind of data, or you are just taking the data sets from anywhere and just providing the bad data to AI tools, they will definitely cater your things into a very, very wrong direction.
You are very rightly. Yeah, please proceed.
No, moreover, to add what Mr. Amit said, being into cybersecurity for last couple of years, what I have seen is there is very correctly he said that data is very, very crucial for every company. You talk about startups, you talk about large organizations. Data has to be, float to the employees. Sometimes it goes out to the customers as well for the interaction part. So I believe that when we talk about AI, the artificial intelligence, that has to be used in such a way with the apps which are very apt. When we talk about cybersecurity, a lot of times the data, crucial data, is being leaked. We use a lot of measures later on. We talk about banks these days, we talk about financial institutions these days, where a lot of data is taken into granted. I mean, people are misusing it. Now, who are these people who are misusing it? They are, again, the people from the industry itself who misuse it, but then the right guidance, how to use the AI tools, along with how to, handle those misused people, again, is a statement which needs to be, cross-checked by various companies. Now, many companies, when we talk about AI, they fail because you talk about any company.
Sanju, you are muted.
You are not muted again. Please unmute your.
I'm so sorry. Yes. So,
Stay away from speak bar.
yeah. So we talk about Samsara app. Now, there is gone were the days when there were trucks, which were going on the roads. The companies were not aware of what is being loaded in that truck. When it reaches the destination, that time they came to know that some were being leaked, or some were being hijacked, or some of the products were missing. So these things will later on come to know. But now, with the Samsara app, with the AI techniques, what we are using is that there are internal cameras which are installed inside those trucks, and there are two outside cameras which can be actually narrate what is going on inside and outside and right and left side of the driver. So a biggest company when we talk about is Amazon these days, who's using the AI app. Amazon's main office is over here in US, where when I see how efficiently these things are getting worked over here, that is all because of the AI which is being taken care of with these kind of elements into the role.
Professor,
Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you. Thank you, Professor Anil Mehta, for asking a very basic
Good
question
morning, sir.
regarding the AI readiness and the technological impetus and the business adoption. In fact, what Dr. Amit Joshi mentioned, that the data, and that is the fuel of this adoption of AI. But at the same time, I think he also indicated that to use the data, the organization needs to be ready to use that data. That means the the people who will be using this data, they must be ready. They must be trained, because we see that when we introduce any new technology or anything we bring to the company, to the institutions, a section of people resist because of they don't know how to use this technology. They are not used to, and they are afraid of accepting those technologies, because they may think that this may lead to lose their jobs. So that's why along with this data, the workforce and their capability to use this data is important. At the same time, I would like to mention another factor that is also important of the AI is the infrastructural development of the organization infrastructure. Whether the organization infrastructure is ready to install or build this AI in the organization, that is also very important. Thank you.
One thing is very clear that, as very rightly pointed out by all of you, that data is very important. The quality of data, the accessibility of data, the advocacy of data. And as we all know that ultimately, what kind of data you are feeding, the results will be depending upon that. So can you prescribe any line of action or any model to access the right kind of data to the organizations, that how we can ensure the advocacy, quality of data?
So on that front, Professor Mehta, giving like a business perspective, right, where we have implemented AI at various levels of various things. Sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so my voice is a little off. But what we generally do is before even identifying and ensuring we have enough data, it's about identifying the processes, that we want to digitize and then take it to the next level. Different industries, different companies, are at different maturity levels. So some companies are able to adopt AI right off the bat. Some companies might have to do it in the longer run. My company, we're in the transmission space, utility space. We generate power, we transmit power, right? This seems to be an old school industry. I've been with Sterlite for over 4.5 years. So it took us a while to actually get onto the AI bandwagon. But nailing down the process to ensure that the digitization actually mimics the manual process, was the first step for us. And after that, we brought around AI, because in that period, we were able to identify the areas where we had collected data and where we could help simplify the task and bring about accuracy.
So just want to add on to that, I think Anuj has brought a very good point here. So Professor, I think you actually brought up a very important point on the data readiness, right? And what can we do about the data? The quality is essentially important. Yes, the quality and quantity of data is essentially important for building all the AI use cases. And what is also important today at the organization level for us is the data governance, actually, right? So currently, what happens is that today we are fairly at a stage where I think every business unit or every user has some application to collect data, right? But what is missing is that, do we have the right data governance in place? Where are they able to clock in all the data in a more appropriate manner, right? I think that's where we are lacking today, because garbage in, garbage out, like you rightly said, right, sir? So I think, if we don't have the right data, we wouldn't be able to reproduce the right results, actually, that support a business objective.
Very true, very true.
Yeah, I think, that's where, we wanted to, dedicate most of our attention, in the start of the AI journey, actually. But sir, I think along with this data readiness, I would say, even from your previous question, right, I would like to categorize this entire story into two boxes, actually, the asset and the enablers. So data is the asset that we all agree, right? Every organization a bank on it as an asset, and then they want to monetize that. But at the same time, you also have enablers, like, do you have the right organization culture, right? That actually supports that open innovation, that supports that, fail fast kind of an approach to try and experiment AI use cases that support your business objectives. And the second important thing is that, do you have a leadership commitment? Because I have seen use cases that has a, slow death to them actually, because if they are not being supported at the C level, I'm telling you, these AI use cases wouldn't be able to scale at organization level. I think that is also very important actually. And like Professor Nazrul Islam said, I think sir, technology infrastructure is also important. That is also a key enabler in this entire game, because like Anuj, I also come from energy industry. We work on a huge forecasting model, sir. We're talking about 140 terabytes of data, but do I have the right infrastructure to handle such a computing capacity today? I think that's a question I need to ask, right? So traditionally we are on premise. Now we are kind of embarking on this cloud journey. So I think having the need to have such a strong technical infrastructure to be able to kind of drive social use case is essentially important. I think these are the things that I briefly want to discuss, like in the format of assets and enabler kind of a framework.
And moreover, I think I can add what you said is that companies can add or have a small pilot projects where they can start using a small kind of a data, see how it works for some time, prepare a report on that basis. And once the report is prepared, then they should take the next step. How and what should be the long-term goals where they can implement these things or AI, and is it really need in that particular department or no? Because many companies these days fail. They would like to spend because it's like a norm that they need to have an AI. They want to cut cost. They want to reduce the manpower. But are they using the resources in the right manner? I mean, I believe in that if they run a small pilot, that will give them the correct picture, maybe for a few days, few months, and then once the project comes out and it works out efficiently, yes, spend the money on the AI. Not everywhere the AI is required as of now. Maybe we are talking about 10 years down the line, but not really right now. Why to lose or take the hopes of many people who are surviving without AI?
Anilji, namaskar. This is Akshay. May I request your permission to speak a bit in academics?
Yeah, sure. Please proceed. Please proceed.
My respected panelists have already shared a lot, and that particular perspective is based on a practitioner's approach. Maybe we need to go slightly deeper down, and we need to understand that who is the audience of this entire discussion. And my understanding is there would be young students who may not have that particular background, and they want to enter into this particular domain, and they need to understand how this particular AI can really help them. And in fact, this is the point what Amit Joshi ji started with. Sir, one thing which we need to be very clear is whenever we talk about any business to move, the idea is only money. And I'm brutal in saying that particular thing. Only money implies that if there is a fresh idea which has a market potential, if you have asset to go for that particular thing, asset implies it can be a physical asset, or asset can be interpreted even in terms of data. And if you hold an IP for it, yes, there is a market which is waiting for you. The key requirement in this entire thing is when we go through innovation, there are basically 4 different things which are basically steps which happens in that particular innovation part. AI can help in all of those particular things. And in fact, AI has been helping a lot, but there has been an issue. Many people who work in this particular domain just enter in because, yes, there is a particular new boy in the town and we want to use that particular thing. Innovation does not happen in this straight and a simple forward manner. It is highly complicated. And this is highly complicated because when money comes into picture, this money has to come from outside. So if you do not have a good understanding, sorry, it is not going to help. When you talk about whether an organization is ready for taking an AI ecosystem, the idea is very simple, whether there are skills available, whether there is structure available, whether there is strategy available. And if these 3 things are available, of course, each and every organization will be able to take on AI challenge. But before that, if skills is the first requirement, we need to take it as our objective as an educational institute that, okay, we are ready to provide that particular skilled manpower to lead that initiative. You see, when innovation happens, the first requirement is whether there is an opportunity and if you can identify that particular opportunity. Opportunity can be a hardware kind of a thing, opportunity can be a software kind of a thing, it can be an amalgamation of both. If I talk in very simple terms, we all have been looking at those particular robo vacuum cleaners, which are available in market from like, let's say maybe 6 to 7,000 rupees a piece to as expensive as maybe 1.5 to 2 lakh rupees, which can take some decisions on its own. Uh, that particular price range varies with respect to the capabilities which are based on AI. But yeah, the maximum capability that these particular cleaners have, they have a LiDAR, they have a vision recognition system, and they just do some sort of analysis based on the ecosystem in which they are working, and they take a call where I have to move and where I have to do a deep cleaning, where I have to do a small, simple cleaning. This is a very narrow range of AI. What is needed right now is in next 3 to 5 years, there is going to be a very major change. And our people, our students are really not ready to face that particular thing. So can we provide them certain opportunities that, okay, in whatever domain that you are working, you learn about this particular area right in your first semester or first year of your course? And can an academic institute provide that? This is one thing on which we have to maybe discuss. Sir, when we go again ahead in the innovation thing, the idea evaluation and selection comes into picture. So maybe your idea is very good or my idea is very bad. This is not the way to go ahead. Here, AI can really help because that particular idea evaluation and selection can get certain aid from the data analysis. Of course, there is no simple recipe which can identify that this is the good data or this is the bad data. There can be perceptions, and those particular perceptions will again vary from one particular field of application to another field of application. So we need to train people who can identify that what is a good data, how to cluster that particular data in a way. And again, that has to go in a very customized kind of a manner. The third thing which is needed for innovation and AI comes into picture is concept and solution development. So now you understand what are the opportunities, you identify how the ideas are coming up, you select one of the best ideas, and then go with that particular concept and solution development. When these three things come, sir, here more or less it is an iterative kind of a thing. And with that particular iteration, you will be finally leading to that particular zone, which is commercialization or commercialization launch phase, which again will be generating a lot of data. And again, you need to be very sure that your predictive models are capable enough to understand what the consumer feels, and you can get that particular information straight away. I have used the one word which is feel. So this implies it may not be expressed. It is just a feeling. I may have a bad feeling for some particular product. I may have a good feeling. I'm not communicating it, but this entire ecosystem should be able to identify that feel. So, sir, my simple 1 cent sort of understanding is whatever courses that we are teaching, whether it is an engineering course, whether a course on information technology, a course in management, right from first year onwards, we have to give students some sort of a projects by which they can understand that, okay, this is the data available, or how you can identify that particular data in a way to classify it, cluster it, and then go for that particular innovation mindset. So
thank you, sir. Thank you. In fact, we have discussed this point at length now that, of course, data is important, and certainly you have talked about the innovations and how we can proceed to get the data which are quite authentic. And certainly you have rightly pointed out that whether it is a good data and it is a bad data, it is also subjective. But certainly we all agree that availability of the relevant and adequate data is very, very important. One thing that really occurred in my mind that like in many sectors, this is the area, AI and its adaptation in an organization. There is a dearth of talent. Still, AI is that area where the talent war is there, that organizations are trying to snatch the best and the brightest people who are available in this field. And of course, unless we get the right kind of people in the organization who can implement our AI plans, perhaps it is not, we cannot say that organization is ready really to take off. So, what are the views of the panelists regarding how to bridge that gap, that demand supply gap, as far as that talent crunch is concerned in the field of AI? Because unless that gap is bridged, we cannot say that organization is really ready to start AI practices in the organizations. So I would like to have the views from the esteemed panelists in this regard.
May I, sir? This is Akshay here.
Sure, sir. Please proceed.
Professor Mehta, usually what happens is, and what we have been observing is, whenever a student passes out from any institute, IITs to be specific here, they undergo some sort of an orientation which lasts for 6 months to a year. And then finally, it comes out that, okay, that particular candidate is interested in working in some other way. And we are having this kind of a scenario. Well, the biggest reason is the kind of salary packages what IITians are getting. But this is not adding value to the ecosystem that we want to build. So what we have identified is we have now initiated something which is called as work assistantship. So for example, if we have a student who is working for a PG or a PhD degree, 5 days a week is our official work week. They work on the degree part. For 2 days, we allow them a possibility to work with a particular industry. And this particular industry gives them a real-time problem, which is, of course, under certain supervision. They work for another 4 to 6 hours a day in the weekend. They also get a handsome amount of payment for it. And since this is their first connect with the real world, when they complete their degree, they are having much more information about what industry is really needing. And many a times we have seen that these particular students have got placed in the same companies. This is a way where you try to bridge the gap which is between the academia and industry. And some very good players in the market, just to name a few, Siemens is one, Samsung is another, all of those particular big players we are already roping in. This kind of a scenario can be done by other academic institute as well. Internship is a wonderful opportunity. But of course, internship goes for maybe 6 weeks or maybe 8 weeks. That rarely adds in value. A longer period of engagement is needed. And that is why we have gone through this particular thing. This is one way. So of course, there can be other ways which maybe other panelists can suggest. Giving a particular problem coming out from industry where the student works on a PG or a PhD degree is another way where you develop that particular human resource. And if there is a good connect comes out, good outcome comes out, he or she can be hired. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Just to add here, I really agree with Professor Akshay. And see, there are two things. We are into the Industrial Revolution 4, and we are into the phase of data digitization. We are not yet into another phases where, so we are digitizing data as per the need of the company, of the business. And when I say it's business, so as rightly pointed out by Professor Akshay, it's about revenue, that what business will earn if they don't have. So I have 2 points here to cater in this industry. Then whatever industries oriented programs are being done in AI and whatever it is very new. It's just last 10, 15 years people have been talking about. And basically, if you talk about MNCs also, they also have their startup divisions which have been started in AI. They are not very much strong now. So when I say that when we are into data digitization age, this age is changing over the time. And I think in next 5 years, we will be getting into the data personalization age, where personalized data will be very, very important to use for the tools of AI, for the process of AI. Here, there is one very simple question I used to ask when I used to give a talk long back, I think 5-7 years before. Is everything software? So there are multiple answers for that. Is everything today in today's age? The very apt question is everything AI? Because when you say and when you speak, AI is listening. When you walk, AI is watching. When you talk, AI is again listening. So when you do things, AI is observing. So AI is getting stronger by observing, listening, talking of your data, and to make the decisions more smarter. So this is how the challenging business is. And there is one more point here. When we take a data from one single source, I was sitting with a scientist from ISRO, I think 2 months back, and ISRO also is providing plugins of data. Suppose someone talked about weather forecasting details, that we are using that data. So ISRO is providing that data available to the people of or the masses without any cost. So they are just giving plugins and you can use in your apps or in your data programs. But is that data really authentic? Because when you collect that same data from other sources, data changes. And when the data changes, your whole algorithm or your whole process or whole your system, it becomes defy, because the AI has to decide on that which data it has been to be used. So that's how the challenging rules are. So for the youngsters or the startup innovators, the only message is try to create or build a system which is more data oriented and who can decide on the data, that which data has to be used. Data will be provided automatically. So the next age which is coming up, that is data personalization. By the time we'll reach that age, much of the things will be sorted. But until we are into that age when only personalized data counts, we have to think about that which data set you have to use particularly, whether it is big, that bad, synthetic, any structured, unstructured, but that decision is by the AI. It is not in your hands, because multiple data sets of the same community are available or the same source are available. So this is my view on that. Please.
Yeah, wow. You have rightly said, sir. But again, the question still we can discuss further, that how to bridge that gap between the demand and the supply as far as the this AI professionals are concerned. There is a huge gap. And as very rightly pointed out earlier, that one method can be that we can have some very good summer internship projects. And of course, what is required is, again, there should be a partnership among the AI vendors, the universities, and the research organizations. Because how can we say that organization is really ready to start the AI interventions in their respective organizations, how to implement it, unless there is a talent gap? Because still, this is why, as I already mentioned, that this is one area where the industry will have to think very seriously, that are we able to get the right kind of people in the organization or not? So anyone can further elaborate this point?
I would like to add here, sir.
Yeah,
Okay,
please,
you can speak,
please.
please.
No, go ahead, please.
Please.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. One thing that I think I've seen happen successfully is, this is a collaborative effort between industries or companies and universities, right? So you have the traditional form of going to class, learning that subject in theory. There are times where you can have a little bit of practical experience along with it, but in a collaborative way, if the program can be split up for one or two classes where there is part theory and part practical, and for the practical part you actually go work at that particular organization, and this can be over a semester, right? So you could have 3, 4, or 5 months. So it's much larger than an internship. Plus you can hand on experience, and it's beneficial both ways, right? Because the students now know what exactly is AI about. It can pique their interest, or it can raise a red flag saying this is not for me. At the same time, from an industry point of view or from a company point of view, you are able to get onto the AI bandwagon. You can also do the what I think Uday said, right? The quick fast pay part of it. So there's a lesser risk at stake, and if it works for you, then it's a quicker journey to the ROI, increase in ROI. So that's one area that I think we could work on as a country.
Yeah, so I think to add over here, what I can suggest, I keep on participating in various college events, and the small suggestions which can be, we talk about students that they are not aware about AI, or a lot of inputs are required. But sorry to say, what about the faculties in various institutes? Are they capable enough to teach the students about AI in a proper manner, in a practical manner, in the day-to-day need, what exactly it is required. There's a gap between a corporate and a college. So that gap can be built where even the faculties and the students both can come together with the set of corporates, where they can visit timely to the corporates, or vice versa. The corporate AI, the IT professionals, they can visit, and they can actually come talk about the AI. They can actually put a lot of live examples, show the data, some data which they can discuss amongst the students, among the professors. And then again, the study module goes on for 15 days. A research work should be done, and they should come back with the answer. So this can be another module, and a couple of colleges have started doing that. Because this is something which is lacking these days, not only in institutes, but even in corporates. We have seen that I am from cybersecurity background. Now, how many students or how many colleges in India do we have cybersecurity courses? I think there are only 7 to 8 colleges who are dedicatedly talking about cybersecurity, because from there the development of AI comes into the picture. There are threat analysis. There are a lot of inputs which are required from day-to-day data, which is the right data, the wrong data. So that has to be taken into consideration. So those students are still capable enough once they complete their 4-year, 5-year course. And those students, actually, when they go on the field, they just need a small course of AI, what I have seen, and they can be capable enough of handling those kind of disaster management, I should say, in corporates, rather than the students who are actually doing AI courses for 2 years or 3 years. So maybe I'm wrong, please, anybody can put in, but this is my practical view, what I have seen.
So I just want to add on to that. So Professor, like you rightly said, I think, you need to have the complete collaboration between the vendors, right? Say, for example, conducting hackathon with research institutes, right? Involving students with some of the, pressing problem statement that we have on hand from the industry side. And at the same time, of course, how do we kind of, build those faculties inside within the organizations, right? But what we, uniquely observed in my line of work is that, when I was working on one of the model actually, right, which has a lot of traction from the regulatory, compliance point of view, we also felt that there is a need for our colleagues or for our co-workers to have some good amount of training on responsible AI, the ethics part actually, right? So a data scientist should also have some good training on ethics or responsible AI side, so that he understands what is the model he's trying to build. He understands the need to build it in a more responsible manner. I think that's where we imparted, we actually brought in some legal expert as well from outside, and then we imparted that training specifically for data scientists, so that the model that he has built does not have any toxicity, any hate, violence, self-harm, right? So all these ethical challenges have been taken care of. So I think there are general competencies, general faculties that you need to develop, and there are niche faculties that are very use case specific. I think this is the assessment that you need to do, and accordingly rope in the entire collaboration that we just spoke about to address these gaps.
Thank you.
Professor Mehta, just to add,
please, further.
I think you have a very wide experience, and we have been following this debate of that whether to for industry collaboration for the student exchange programs, that industry readiness programs. 20 years also the thing was the same, but since 20 years today also the thing, we are on the same verge of discussion that how we can benefit our students in terms, although this number of students have increased over the time in institutions and it's masses. I have seen in universities there are 20,000 students, so it is very, very difficult to get everyone on this verge that they should be collaborated with the industry. But the best part could be the motivation of the faculty and the teachers associated with those institutions that will really help, rightly pointed out by Dr. Anju, that the learning of faculties is really, really important, and they can definitely motivate the students in the right direction, that who all are interested to just turn in something out with the kind of facilities they are being provided. If they don't have the facilities in the institutions, then they can be added to the corporates, some parts of them, in different things. And that's what a small scale things can happen and can turn into a bigger. And another important thing is there should be a very strong base of alumni in the institutions who can support their young you can say the scholars who are coming into their institutions, and they can bring them that industry academia collaborative efforts very seriously, because they are the promoters of your institution across the globe. So I think considering the alumni angle would be a great opportunity and point where things can be sorted. Thank you.
Very rightly said by you that
Professor Mehta, this is Akshay
yeah,
here.
please proceed.
Information which I would like to provide.
Mhm.
See, when Anju ji mentioned that we do not really know about whether this information is available with faculty colleagues and what they have to do with AI. It is very important as a faculty or a teacher, if you are working in an institute where you are responsible for guiding students and maybe take care of what are the needs of country, they have to keep them abreast with what is going on. And there are ample ways how to do it, and those ways are more or less available for free. There are variety of OpenAI courses which are available online, small Google search that is going to help in it. But apart from that, there are specialized mechanisms by which you can go for specialized trainings. For example, EICT Academy was one initiative which was launched by MIT, and majority of the courses on emerging technologies are available. They are including AI, machine learning, integrating AI into practical scenario, robotics, automation, everything comes into that particular regard. Again, there has been number of technology innovation hubs which have been developed by Government of India. I think there are 23 now. One of the mandate of these technology innovation hub is to provide training, and they do not charge, and even if they charge, it is a very minimal amount. So students as well as faculty members can get enrolled in it. Majority of trainings are in online mode, so this implies they can continue working in their institutions and still get abreast with the latest information. Similar to that, one thing which maybe all education institutes has to do is whenever this academy industry interaction needs to be improved, don't keep the every onus on the students itself only, that okay, student has to go and do that particular industry academy interaction. It would be adding value if faculty members also go along with them, have some kind of an interaction, try to understand that okay, what are the industry needs and what they have to learn to fulfill those particular requirements. The student externship thing which I was talking about is basically working in the same mode. When my student works in online mode for student externship, there is a supervisor here, and that supervisor is not directly supervising for the student externship, but I know that when that particular student is going to face a challenge coming from the industry, he or she will be approaching the supervisor, sir, is wali problem mein kya karu? So the supervisor automatically gets involved, and this is how you build an ecosystem. So there are ample ways to increase your knowledge, and it is not expensive. Majority of those ways are cheap. They are free, in fact. People should understand that,
Correctly,
yes,
Akshay, you are correct what you are saying, Dr. Akshay. What I mean to say over here is, when we correctly say that students and the faculties can attend the online sessions, there are readily available courses which are short-term courses, or even some are free of cost or the low cost. What I mean to say there is, how to bridge the gap between the corporate understanding of that particular AI module, what is being made by the faculty and the students, and how to implement that actually on a corporate scale. For example, we are talking about a live robot in the medical field. It's fine, we are making it, everything is fine, students are getting on-hand experience about it, but when actually it is being implanted in the hospital, what are the right ways, or where it can go wrong? Are we going in the right direction of the student? Because a small mistake in a hospital can bring a bigger blunder. So it's just a small impact. But then what I mean to say is that there has to be a gap which needs to be fulfilled by faculty, by students, and the corporates, to an extent where the HR or the corporate level people can come together and see how those plans, because obviously the base is our students who are the future for this AI, how they can use those resources and then can come up with the idea in the best possible way.
So we can say that there is a need for launching more AI courses, number one. Secondly, there must be very active industry academia collaboration, that what are the requirements of industry, and accordingly it is expected from the academia to produce that kind of the future AI professionals accordingly. And the third important thing is that more training programs should be organized by the respective organizations, maybe research organizations, maybe academic institutions, for the benefit of students. There's a need to update the syllabi on an ongoing basis. That is, whatever latest is happening, students should be, in fact, imparted the education in these particular areas. Now, to move further, we all agree that since we are talking about the adaptation of the readiness of AI in organization, so for that, what is most important is creating a conducive culture within the organization. As you know that whenever anything new is launched for the first time, there will always be resistance. Unless positive and conducive culture is there in the organization, it would be difficult to introduce the innovations in any organization. And certainly, the top management, the leadership has to play a very important role to create that kind of conducive culture. So, what are the views of the esteemed panelists in this regard? That is the role of leadership, number one, and what kind of culture is required in the organization to introduce AI successfully.
Sir, I think, sir, the authority policy makers of the organization, they should do something at the strategic level for strategic readiness, because the organization will never be able to achieve the its goals if the organization's top authority does not support it. So the top authority must be conversant, must know, must recognize the importance of AI. Then only this can be implemented at the lower level. And also the Onju and other professors mentioned the last question you said that, have we asked ourselves in academia that are we ready to offer the course which will help to reduce the gap between industry and academia? The professor who is going to class, is he ready to teach the theoretical part and also practical aspect? So those are to be the governance issue at the academia. That also very important, and that should come from the strategic level, from the top level of the organization. Right.
Professor Mehta, just to add to Dr. Islam's point, see, there are two approaches for any implementation. One is top-down, other one is bottom to top. Top-down is what Islam Saab has already mentioned. And yes, if there is a whale at the top, it is going to go down. There is absolutely no issue. And considering that business runs from money, the power comes from top and it has to be implemented. Of course, the second way is considered to be slightly better, is considered to be a softer approach, wherein things grow from bottom to top. And here in this particular case, students are that particular stakeholders. If they really want AI to be taken care of, if they want to be made available where there are having better employment opportunities, if they want to be entrepreneur, the ecosystem will automatically be aligned and they will be generating all the possibilities where faculty members will get themselves trained, or they learn on their own to work in this particular new domain. At IIT Roorkee, we have close to 660 faculty members, and it's a very large pool. We are 23 departments, 20 different specialized centers, and each faculty is, in my own humble words, is an institution in himself or herself. Everyone has got 100 odd people working in their laboratory. So when this kind of an AI ecosystem comes with a traditional kind of a mindset, someone who is working in a very core field, maybe a civil engineering, so of course there will be a resistance to change. So how to deal with that is, we took very simple steps. We took a call that we will be changing academic structure wherein each and every field of engineering will be having a course on AI. It would be maybe an introduction to AI, followed by another course which would be field specific. So where AI can be coupled with civil engineering, followed by a few courses where AI goes into geomatics or AI goes into structural engineering. So slowly and steadily, when people will be going from first semester to second to third, faculty members also get involved, students also get involved, and there is a gradual kind of a thing. And yeah, we are fortunate that we get good students. We are fortunate we have one of the best faculty members. So things are easier at our end, but at the same time, it is difficult because when you have good people, you have a tremendous resistance. So you need to find out the ways how to handle it. So yeah, top-down approach, bridged with bottom to top approach, both of them have to be taken care of. It is not a simple recipe, but yes, it happened. We were the first to implement this particular NEP in India. And of course, emerging technologies is an integral part of NEP. Creativity is an integral part. So we have developed all of those particular things. You see, there would be many better examples available in other universities worldwide. Let's look at that. If there is a good example, why not follow it? So maybe by then we will be able to realize what is the good recipe for implementation at our specific locations. That's all. Thank you.
Just to add here, I think IIT Roorkee is a very good example, and in India, IITs are very good example setters for everyone. But with private institutions, the things are really, really different with a limited number of faculty and limited number of resources. So I think if we can create a top leadership approach in a way that they can think about next 4 years, because when a students enter in a campus, it is 3 years of passing out or 4 years of passing out, or sometimes it is integrated courses, so 5 years of passing out. So if the vision could be established that when they will be passing out by 5 years, things and scenario changes. Like today, what we are talking about AI, the things about AI will not be the same when the student passes out after 4 years. So if that visionary approach could be there with the leadership, that what is going to happen and how things are changing, and the same could be introduced at a very early level, I think that would really help the institutions to focus on. Plus, there are small segments in the institutions that choice based courses to be adopted. Generally in private institutions, I have not seen that a batch is having some of the students are learning this course, some of the students are learning this course, generally it happens that there is a figured choice out that this course should be taught. So I think with the new NEP in implementation, more such optional courses should be promoted in institutions, although it will add some kind of cost to the institutions, but in the long run, what we are expecting, it could help in a process.
Thank you. When we started this discussion, it was pointed out that basically this conference and this session also, we are discussing for students basically, and you have pointed out that at least they should know about the history of AI and the fundamentals of AI. Since the conference started yesterday, so I thought that students are now very well now exposed to the fundamentals of AI. But certainly, since the panelists are quite eminent and quite experienced, so students would be now interested in knowing that what are the key technological advancement for the last few years as far as the AI is concerned, and particularly pertaining to a business. So if panelists can enlighten about the latest developments in the AI tools, particularly relating to a business, perhaps it would be quite beneficial for them. What technological advancements have taken place in the field of AI? Over to panelists, please.
Yeah, sure. So actually, in the medical field, I'm not from that industry, but I have read it up. There's been a lot of advancement there. But in the transmission space, I'll speak about that since that's what my company is into. We leveraged AI essentially for route generation. To break it down, transmission lines are nothing but, when you leave the city limits, you see these towers set up which are strung together to carry the current from one point to the other, right? And when you're setting up the line, it's basically connecting from point A to point B. However, as much as we like it to be a straight line, a close slide path, reality tells us it's not that way, right? Because you will have hills coming in, you'll have settlements, etc., which we need to avoid. One way to do it is sit down, manually draw that line using Google Earth. What we have done is leverage AI to generate that route automatically, saving us about a good amount of 60-70% of manual effort. So that's one area. Similarly, from an quality analysis point of view of the project, the pit for where the tower is put up, right, to make sure that the pit is dug to the right depth, we leverage AI there also, just reading the photograph and figuring out the depth. So these are some minor examples that we have done in the transmission space. We're also the renewable area, and there we use AI to forecast, how much we'll actually generate, because we have to tell the grid at 15-minute intervals, right? Which gets really tricky. So we use that. We use AI to forecast the amount of power we'll generate. We use AI to even check if our solar panels are clean, or any kind of cleaning is required. Just few examples that I thought I could share with the users, the students.
Anuj, I'll just piggyback you because I think we both come from the similar industry. So there are a lot of similarities, in terms of the use cases. But I'll tell you, apart from what, Anuj just mentioned, and we're also doing the same thing at Suzlon. And, I just want to highlight few other things that we are doing. One is on the, we're leveraging the generative AI with the preventive maintenance activity. Right. So currently, one of the key challenge we have at the field is the skilled manpower. So that's a key challenge that's been highlighted by all our state heads, that we don't have the efficiently trained manpower to be able to do the preventive maintenance activity. Now, how can we kind of use generative AI, right? Which has been trained with a lot of SOPs, a lot of manuals and everything, that can be used by these field technicians so that they're more self-sufficient in conducting this preventive maintenance activity, right? So I think this is one use case. I think we started with Gujarat being a flagship state, but I think now we're able to scale it up to Andhra and Karnataka also. I think that is the one use case what I thought I'd be highlighting, which has immense potential on the PM side, preventive maintenance side.
Just to add here, I think there are a lot of tools we have been using. I used SysMe in my postdoc when I was analyzing the business models of AI at different levels. ChatGPT is one, Tommy is one. There are a lot of tools which have been used in AI over and over the time. In last couple of years, but the only thing is to identify the right kind of tool which is useful for your business purpose, because AI only maps the data and helps you in decision making. The tools only helps you in decision making. So if you are in a need of that decision making, that some part of my decision is to be done by an AI tool, then only these tools are really useful for that particular kind of innovation or the thing which you are doing in business. But apart from AI tools, there are various AI techniques also which can help to map the data in a shorter run.
Yeah, okay, fine. There are a number of challenges being faced by industries whenever they start introducing AI. So, what are the major challenges that are being faced by the industries in implementing AI?
I think the biggest challenges any industry faces, they are not able or capable to analyze the limit of that AI decision making.
Okay.
That's the biggest challenge. What the drawback is, we still don't know what the biggest drawback of AI could be. We are still into that analysis phase. So industries are really vigilant about the using of AI in their practices. And just to say, there is a very important thing that by far we have come. The greatest danger of artificial intelligence is that people conclude it too early that they understand it. But actually, AI understands us more. So for industries, it's still a challenge, although they are coping it up. But I think over the time, it will be revealed that how we can go and how far we can go with AI.
Okay. One of the very, very common question, and it's a subject of group discussions among the students also, that if AI is introduced, then it is going to eat a lot of employment. There might be possibilities of disemployment also in many sectors. So, how the panelists will react about that employment issue and implementation of AI?
Um, I agree to this point. There will be a lot of job cuts, but not immediate, but maybe 5 to 10 years, 10 years down the line. What I would like to say in one line is that AI won't replace the jobs or take away the jobs, but it will transform the jobs in a much better way. So the people, the need category, which will fall in that 10-20%, with the right capability of using the resources, using the techniques, the technology, will survive, and rest will have to look out for the options where you can still survive. So it's 5 year, 10 year down the line. They have to start thinking now.
So we run a gaming company here, and we had almost around 520 strength of our employees. And recently, because of these AI innovations and much of the work being done through using the AI tools, around 40 of them we cut down into our strength. So now we are 480 only. So definitely AI is impacting a loss of jobs, but it is not that it will sustain with that, because with the innovations coming in, we will need more new people with more new skill sets to enhance that, because we are hiring more 40 people. So the people who are not upgrading themselves or upgrading their skills will be the only losers in their jobs. Otherwise, if you are upgrading yourself from time to time, there is no point that AI is going to skill the jobs of the people.
Absolutely. I think I'll just add on to that. These are two good points. See, AI will not replace people who use AI. I think that's the statement that is emerging these days, right? It's not like only data scientists or machine learning engineers would survive the storm, right? So we wouldn't be. It's not like only they will be there in the organization. So there will be eventually this AI would actually be learned by different people, different function people, and then the moment they start learning this, they start learning AI in the sense start using AI, right? I think they're more productive in their respective function. I think this is the state I think probably we would see in the future also. So AI wouldn't replace people who leverages AI to its full potential and then kind of drive their function specific tasks. I think that's what I'm observing.
So,
Professor Anil, you see,
yeah, please.
there are multiple professions where human-centric approach is needed, and at least those particular professions will not be affected. But in fact, there will be certain improvements. Teaching is a profession, which is of course it is not going to be affected. But yeah, you need to go along with the flow. You cannot say, "Ki, I learned this particular course 25 years back, and I'm going to stay with those yellow pages." No, you have to upgrade yourself. Lawyers, judges, directors, managers, those people who are dealing with the human resources, all of these particular professions will not be affected. Repeated kind of a job, which are run-of-the-mill of one kind, those particular things will definitely be affected. So one humble request to all the students here, please don't get trained for doing that mazdoor kind job. You have to be you have to work in an innovative way, and you have to work for innovation. And by that, it will be easy for you to catch this particular train of AI, and it is going at a very fast speed. So be very ready for that. Thank you.
And also, I would like to add over here that I think colleges should start having more of scholarship programs, because many students, I see that they are capable enough of doing a lot of innovative studies. They have the capability of working out on certain projects, but then because of the money crunch, or the less of support from the colleges, they are not able to, go outside and do or perform those kind of knowledgeable things which they can implement. So I think scholarship programs should be implemented more, so that we can have more and more number of good students coming up from India, from these colleges, and can make everyone proud.
Certainly, AI is not going to reduce the employment, but certainly what is required is updating the skill, because it is basically the people who are very well trained in AI, they are going to take the employment of those who are not skilled or they are trained. One very common question relating to implementation of AI is that if AI is introduced, then certainly it will affect our own creativity adversely. Because when everything is available, say on Chat GPT or other tools, then why will apply our mind? Certainly, it will perhaps reduce our thinking power, and as we pointed out, that innovations and creativity. So when we are not going to think, there is hardly any scope for our original thinking. Don't you think that it is going to kill our creativity and innovations?
I believe yes, to some extent, yes. It is destroying the students in today's scenario, what I see. And I feel that many students these days, they are more dependent now on Chat GPT. They'll just open it. If, for example, they want to make a resume, a powerful resume, they'll just open it, Chat GPT, and they'll start. But I still believe that those things are, again, you need to have some brains of the computer, so that computer is not using the entire brain, obviously. So you need to have your own inputs. So somewhere they are caught, because these days when such students reach the corporate level, we understand, or people at the corporate level, they understand. So I still believe that these things should be taught in school, and not at that level, at the college level, where they are aware of what exactly is right or wrong. But yes, it will be a future problem.
Fine.
So I think we are almost at the verge of end of this discussion, and being there are a lot of students, so some motivating things for them as well, because we are driving into this AI innovative world, and Japan is a very good example where a lot of applications of AI has been possible over the time and much early than what we think. So in 2028, Japan is launching their AI-based driverless trains on the same tracks which were being. So I'll just put it here. So Japan has a very good network of trains, and it starts with Kodama to Hikari to Nozomi. And now they are searching for the new name for their AI train to be launched in 2028. But the thought process behind any country's vision, or when we talk about an institution, then institution's vision, or even when we talk about a student, that how he thinks about the things. So how Japanese things, I'll tell you. Kodama represents a ghost which lives on a you can say a hill, and in the night it creates a sound of waving, something like that. So Kodama means it's a ray of sound which you can say what in simpler words, that it runs with the speed of sound, because in the night when it creates that sound, so the Kodama represents that trains runs with the speed of sound. That is what the Japanese perception about that name Kodama is. When it comes to Hikari means light, a ray of light. So Japanese perception about that Hikari is that this train runs with the speed of light. Now, the next time when they launched a new train, which is the fastest among these three, that is the Nozomi. And Nozomi means, in Japanese, it means hope. So their perception was to that this train runs with the speed of hope. Now it's the time for AI to come into the picture. And in 2028, they are launching a driverless train with AI. So they are still searching for that right kind of name for that AI. So for the students also, think about something very unique which you can build with AI, and you can create your own entity with that over the time. Thank you so very much.
Another aspect of our discussion is that certainly AI can provide a competitive edge to the organization. But here again, the question is that as far as the AI tools are concerned, the accessibility of these tools are readily available, and large scale industries can very well afford it as compared to the small organizations and the new startup. So, do you think that these AI tools, which are easily available to the large scale industries, perhaps again that competitive edge will be neutralized by for the small scale organizations? So I just want to know that how that is going to affect the small business versus large organization as far as the competition is concerned in future.
Just so that I understand your question correctly, your question is, how does AI impact the different companies?
Yes, it is when we start practicing AI. So, is there any difference as far as the large scale industries, big organizations are concerned, with the MSMEs or the new startups? Well, AI is going to give more benefits and that competitive edge to the large scale organization as compared to the small scale industries, or there may not be any difference? This was the question.
I feel when you think of AI, I don't think the company in terms of MSC, SME, or a large corporate company, it's going to matter as such in terms of size per se. It's going to boil down to who can adopt quickly, makes the most use out of it quickly, right? Some things might require certain amount of investment, but we as a country are known for jugaad. So I'm sure we'll figure a way around it. We don't have to go for the most expensive things. But it's going to boil down to the culture of that company, whether it is hungry enough to try out new things, take risk, and move on.
Yeah, I'll just add on to what Anuj said. So on the small companies, right? So they have a lean leadership, they have lean structure, right? So they can adopt AI very quickly. And there are, and on the contrary to the large organizations, right? You need to have a lot of buy-ins, you need a lot of alignments, right? You need to have a lot of the top down, like one of the professors rightly said, you need to have the top down approach to kind of crack these use cases and so on, right? So adoption is being kind of in a way hindered with so much such complexity, right? But in both cases, another important thing is the data. The large organizations are sitting on a large bank of data, right? So which they can monetize as well. But on the other front, right, the small companies probably does they could not produce such amount of data, right, to be able to monetize. So everything has both the entities have their own pros and cons, right? So I agree with Anuj. I think it's all about that adoption, right? That is the key. But like I said, both the entities have their own pros and cons in terms of how they can leverage their the kind of strengths and make use of the opportunities.
Professor Anil, I would like to add something.
Yeah.
See, there is something which is called as volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And this is this particular four-word combination we use CA is something what MSME is facing right now. This is the right time for them to jump onto AI bandwagon, and they have to use AI for augmenting what they had been doing. Let me give you some examples how this particular AI can help them. Indian MSME sector, when we talk about, is one of the largest employment generator, but majority of our products are sold in region or maybe specific to certain states. Very few of them have an international exposure. And what the biggest reason is they do not know what are the standards that needs to be adopted. AI can help them in this particular regard. Second, Indian MSME sector has very less automation. AI can be a very important integrator wherein this particular automation can be there. And this also provides an opportunity for the young students who are here who can enter into this particular domain where they can use AI tools, tell those particular MSME owners that, okay, this is how you can augment your system by including AI tools for automation. Third scenario is, you see, drones are coming up big. Now, this particular technology domain has increasing in a multi-fold kind of a way. So the application of drones is not only for that particular food delivery or the Amazon model, what we have been seeing on multiple YouTube videos and presentations, but drones have entered into fields and farms. So for improving that particular agriculture part, AI can be a very important role. A drone flying over a particular field can easily take videos, and from those own videos, they can have a customized app which can identify what is soil moisture, how pests are affecting that particular field crop, and all of these particular things give new dimensions, new business models. So MSME has to adopt those particular new models. And maybe if they do not have information, students have an opportunity to work there as an employee, provide that particular information, or if they go for a startup that is really going to generate new business opportunities. There are many ways where MSMEs can adopt AI and they can really become a major global players. Thank you. That's all from my side.
The one thing I've noticed, sir, I think it boils down to execution. Because I get the same concerns from my other colleagues also. In some startups, actually, they say that what if Google launches a similar product of this nature, right? Would my business get killed? So I think it's but again, let me tell you, so that's where I think this execution game would come into picture. Are we able to execute? Are we able to deliver this? Am I able to? If you are able to tie the use case to the business, the ROI, I think if you have a solid use case of that sort, and if you're able to kind of implement that or execute that well, I think that's what matters in a small or in a large organization. That's what my personal observation is. But
No, bang on with that, because having done my own thing, I'm definitely I'm definitely a firm believer of you don't have to be the first to do it always, right? But you need to be the person who does it fantastically, or bang on, right? So that's what is going to count at the end of the day.
So it is not the scale that is important here, and certainly in case of MSMEs and the startup, they will be able to compete with large scale organizations if they introduce the AI very successfully. One more question here is that, of course, in introducing the AI, there are many ethical and legal issues. We know it. So what's your opinion that how to deal with these ethical issues, and what these ethical issues are, and how the organization can implement the AI with keeping into consideration the legal and the ethical aspects? So both aspects can be discussed here. That is, what are the ethical issues involved in AI, and secondly, how to deal with these ethical and legal issues.
So I think the best part is that every organization have a privacy or the policies which are being implemented and made. So at the time of policy making, all the decision makers normally sit together. A lot of brain work is done over there with the IT people, with the cybersecurity teams, because obviously that is the core part of any organization. There should not be any violation. There should not be any deep fakes. There should not be any privacy violations while sharing any data. So data leakage, privacy, so all those things have to be implemented. So those policies are being made, and timely they are being reviewed. It's not that it's a one-day act. It takes many months, but then yes, if the policies are being made at that time, various points are being taken into the picture, especially when we talk about the banking industry, the insurance industries, because these are the core content where the customers are at the loss if anything wrong happens, more from the insider than as an outsider. So the policies play a very important role.
As a country, I think Anju hit the nail on the head. As a country, our laws are still developing around data handling on the security side, etc. Right? So I think this is where the organizations or corporates need to take a lead and ensure they set the policies correctly. A very simple example, we had the opportunity of working with a company that would basically do analysis of the chat tool that is used, Teams that is used in my company, doing analysis of all the text chats that are shared, whether it's one-on-one, whether it's in a group, and help us, understand us and the HR team understand if someone is not happy, if someone might be deciding to leave or whatever it is, right? But this is where the company needs to take a call and draw a line saying, do I want to go down to that level of infringing that person's privacy or personal bubble? Because sometimes the chats are one-on-one, not necessarily for the people at large, right? So the organizations, the corporates need to take a lead here, set the right policies, which in turn will help set the right laws also.
True, very true.
I think, sir, I'll just tell you, basically what we've done with the, Ministry of Culture and Tourism in Abu Dhabi. I think we have a supporting sister entity called DG, Department of Government Enablement, and they had set up this AI ethics board actually. When it said AI ethics board, it is predominantly responsible for ensuring there is a, high, the AI model is fair. It kind of protects the privacy, right? And then, takes care of all the ethics basically. And then it also kind of is responsible for the sustainability as well, at the end of the day, because, we are, I think back in my days, I think we are staying in that, an area where I think a lot of energy is being extracted and so on. So I think, am I kind of moving data between the sustainable or green data centers, right? Is my model more explainable in nature, right? I think so. These are the aspects that we were actually looking into from data, from algorithm, and from infrastructure point of view, right? From the data point of view, like I said, is my data fair? Is it kind of protecting the privacy of the users and so on? From the algorithm point of view, like I said, explainability is important. And again, on the am I doing the right hyperparameter tuning so that it's consuming the right amount of energy and so on the sustainability front? And then, of course, the infrastructure, right? The cloud, basically go for the green cloud, where you have, net zero emissions being recorded and so on and so forth. So I think this is the holistic approach that was formulated back then, and that's being enforced across all government entities, back in my journey with DCT Abu Dhabi.
Professor Anil, there is no direct answer to your question because it is a complicated phenomenon. When we talk with respect to ethics, there are multiple issues with AI. Disinformation is something which Anju has mentioned. Uday has mentioned a very important thing about sustainability, because when we talk about data centers, it is going to consume a lot of energy. There is extraordinary cooling requirement for these data centers, and when they will be running at their full potential, I am sure that majority of the cities would not be able to afford that particular energy.
Yes.
So most important requirement is whenever somebody enters into this particular domain, right at the student level, they have to be taught a course on ethics in AI.
Yes.
And of course, it is more or less a moral science that what is good for your society, whatever that you are doing, whether that particular thing is going to long last in benefit of the humanity. So it is kind of a chicken and egg situation. When robots came in, we understand that very soon robots are going to rule all of us. So we are again at that particular similar kind of a juncture where AI is at a cusp where very soon maybe it is going to rule all of us. It is for us to control it, and if it is for us to teach our people that okay, what is ethical and what is not. Yes, business is important. Yes, money is important, but that has to be done with ethics. State overreach is another aspect which has been highlighted at multiple levels in multiple countries. That okay, state has all the information with respect to the way things are being moving ahead. But yes, state has also, they have to realize that what is right and what is wrong. You see, or majority of us who are in the panelists are at a level where we have our own kids who have reached at a particular level in adolescence. Some of you, for example, NLG, your kids may be equal to of my age. But as a parent, we realize that we always know what our kids are doing. Maybe they do not. So even if state knows a lot about the population, They have to be ethical, that what data is to be used and what data is not to be used, and how that particular thing is going to give a long-lasting benefit to society. So it is a complicated thing. It is not very easy. But yeah, we have to train ourselves to understand what is ethical and what is not.
To
Thank
add
you.
over here, I think a lot of Cambridge universities have started AI courses at very ground level from 5th grade now, even in India, because my daughter was going through the AI course since last 7th standard. Now she's in 9th. And in US, I am seeing that even a kindergarten student is being provided with a laptop from the day one. So I don't know when we talk about ethics, where this generation is going ahead. But yes, as you correctly said, as a parent, we have to teach our students, our future kids, that yes, what is right and what is wrong, and the ground level work has to be done from the school, the college level, and then yes, vice versa, because the time it will reach the corporate level, it will be in some different ballgame altogether for everyone.
At the corporate level, it is the fairness, accuracy, and transparency that is very, very important as far as dealing all the ethical issues are concerned. One more question here is to the esteemed panelists that particularly in case of the traditional industries, if they want to introduce AI, and then there might be possibility of intense resistance to change. As you know that because of their skills which are going to get obsolete, there might be intense resistance, maybe at the association or union levels, and somehow they will not be comfortable. So how to overcome that resistance in those industries who want to introduce AI?
May I respond to the question?
Please proceed.
Professor Anil, this is a very pertinent problem which majority of Indian industry is facing. And we also realize this particular thing, that whenever something new comes in, what happens to the old workforce? We have developed a particular model which is named as reskilling. So to work on with that particular model, first and foremost requirement was whatever R&D that we are doing right now. Earlier, it used to be that, okay, a faculty has an idea, we approach a funding agency or an industry that, okay, this is something that we'll be developing. Please provide us funds. And fortunately, that particular model has worked. Right now, my institute is working on close to 2,200 research projects, and it's a big number. But from last few years, we have changed that particular orientation. We now request industry to come into a board wherein we ask that, okay, what is the research that you want us to do? And by this, we develop those particular solutions, what industry seeks. But in doing so, we keep a very important track of what kind of capacity is needed. And when I say capacity, I'm talking about human resources. So developing new skills is something which is under that particular capacity, but reskilling is a particular requirement on which we have paid a very major stress. Reskilling implies, I am just giving an example, if in an industry somebody is working from, let's say, 15, 20 years, and they are trained to work with a particular way. And if new automation comes in where AI comes into picture, maybe those same skills will not be needed what they had earlier. So we are now providing them reskilling so that they can get aligned with the new requirements. So this reskilling is something which is very important. You see, when you work with people, getting that respect, getting that ownership from them so that their goals align with an organizational goal is something which is a primary requirement for any organization to succeed. So if you say that with automation, the jobs will be out, you will be of no use, sorry, it is not going to help. But what is needed is organizations have to provide them opportunities for reskilling so that with the newer things coming up, they can learn them and they can still continue contributing to the organizational goals.
You have very correctly pointed out that reskilling is very, very important. And certainly, apart from reskilling, it is the top leadership of the organization who can play a very vital role by communicating and informing the employees that, yes, this AI is not going to affect them adversely. That will certainly be helpful in reducing the resistance. Now, with all your vast experiences, can you cite certain examples from the benchmark organizations where they have very successfully introduced the AI in terms of adoption of the various practices, and where AI introduction has really beneficial for all the stakeholders, be it customers, the shareholders, as well as the organization. So if we can enlighten our students regarding the benchmarking certain organizations as far as the AI practices are concerned. Or very successfully introduced the AI and get real benefit out of it. Certain organizations. Yeah.
I think, so Professor, if I understand the question, so you wanted us to point out from our experience or from in general?
Yeah, from your experience,
Oh,
from
okay.
your experience, or maybe you, if you can cite some other examples also where organizations are quite successful in introducing AI.
I think one of the biggest example will be Amazon and Google. No parallels, because these days when we order, I think 90% people as a customer, when we talk about, we order anything and there are the operational things which they are handling it very well, the e-payment gateways which they are handling in a very prominent way, the kind of gateways which they have, the operational functions which they have, the way the packaging is done, the way the cost reduction as and when the parcels go back to the warehouse, so warehouse cost cutting, including the AI features. So the best ways they have adopted is really, I have seen personally in these two industries, Google is, I'm sure every student is aware of what they are doing, and Amazon, which I think each and every member these days aware of.
Anilji, going ahead with Anju's example, Amazon has been doing extraordinarily well, and they do have a database of individual customer requirements. For example, if I cite again my case, I am able to return even non-returnable items because they know that yes, here is a buyer who is very important for us. But of course, Amazon or any other e-commerce platform, they have to go a long way with AI. Last mile delivery is something in which they do not have a solution. And when I say last mile delivery, it implies what is the exact time when this particular item will be received at customer's end. They can give a date right now, but they cannot give an exact time. And they are working on those models where they can go for exact time. So this implies when tomorrow, when Professor Anil Mehta will buy something from Amazon, he will get a message, okay, boss, you will be getting this particular thing at this specific minute, specific second, wherever, irrespective of your location. So that is something in which AI is helping right now, and they are working on that particular models.
Sir, I'll tell you from my expertise, I think, on the energy side, like Anu said in the beginning, energy forecasting is something that's very important for us, right? Because we are the, we actually generate power, and through these grid substations and through feeders, we actually kind of do the transmission to the state and then other grids, right? So what is important for us is that the power forecasting, right? So because we need to be able to produce certain amount of power within certain bands, and then if we don't do that, we are liable to penalties. So there is a high degree of AI being used as far as the power generation is concerned, and that is one successful use case which is already at a advanced stage in terms of adoption. Another industry where I was part of earlier, because I was working with Harman Automotive, one area where I think we saw a lot of good AI traction, a lot of good AI adoption is on the in-vehicle personalization. That means the personalization that happens within the car, right? I'll give you one example. So I think, I was part of the team where we had built this in-vehicle consumer personalization model for BMW X Series product. This is way back in 2018. What happened is that the way the driver presses his or her brake pad would actually the model will actually pick up those signals and can predict whether if the particular driver is man or woman of the house. Accordingly, it actually plays the music, right? In terms of, what in line to their likings, it actually starts playing music or news and so on and so forth, right? So this is one use case that we developed actually back then, and it has got a very good adoption, especially for the X series. So I think in vehicle driver personalization, in vehicle consumer personalization is another important area where there's a lot of advancement is going on actually. So these two things I felt, I think, at least I saw success. I saw some adoption. I thought I'll just bring it to your attention.
Any more citations and more examples of the best practices being adopted by the organizations in AI?
So one of the areas that I have seen is in agro insurance, right? Just to figure out which is a crop that's being grown in an area using satellite imagery, maybe Google Maps for that matter. Similarly, in auto insurance, using AI to identify the dent, the damage done on the car. I think that has taken away, or rather, that has reduced the TAT of processing insurance claims drastically.
Now, finally, a question to all the panelists that according to you, what is the future of AI, number one? And secondly, what are your suggestions for better adoption of AI in the organizations? What should be done by the organization for better adoption? And simultaneously, what do you think that what can be the possible development, technological development as far as the AI is concerned? What is your vision about the AI as far as the business organizations are concerned? So now all the panelists can share their views on this particular issue.
I think first and foremost is the need-based analysis. Which particular department or which particular area or which particular industry actually needs the AI? Because as I previously also said that many companies would like to invest, would like to put the money for this, but then there should be, again, as I said earlier, there has to be small projects, small data which they can start using it and see where and exactly how much data to be used for this, and is it actually required or no. So that the need-based analysis can be done. Warehousing industries, I think, are capable enough and are using it to an extent, because packaging industry is another industry where I think AI will be taking one step ahead in terms of packaging, because that is what I have seen, that many human touch is not needed in that, and robotics are taking place while the packaging is done. So warehousing, packaging, so these industries I think will be in the coming time will be using more and more of AI than the industries which are obviously the larger scale industries would be needing AI for their use as well. But then again, it's a need-based analysis which needs to be done, and where the funds have to go. That has to be decided by the company.
Absolutely. I think I'll just add on to that as well, Professor. I think, what I believe it will be a hybrid. Like Anju rightly said, we will be having those, those important projects that are run at an organization level. Ultimately, these are ROI based, right? Ultimately, say, for example, if I'm kind of operationalizing this AI model, right? And it's actually kind of reducing the effort of my field engineer by, let's say, 4 hours per day in terms of his operational course and so on. How much would that translate to in terms of the dollar value, right? I think the use cases that are centered around such a strong business case, those flourish, and we'll see good adoption of those use cases across organization. And similarly, there will be small pocket of use cases, AI use cases as well, right, which probably does not have such a high monetary impact, but they do have some intangible impact as well. Say, for example, the attrition modeling, right, within an organization, right, which is also equally important, because this does not have an immediate monetary impact on the organization, but it has a very good impact in terms of the morale, in terms of the right skill sets to be there at the right time, right? So how can you, so it will going to be a blend of both kind of use cases, is what I believe. We need to work towards that. It should not be the case where I think the organization prioritizes everything on the basis of money. At the end of the day, there are other intangible aspects as well that we need to be looking into. I think, a good balancing act of prioritization of these use cases would land us well in this journey. Yeah.
Moreover, I think another very good example which I can give you, being into the cargo for a couple of months, sooner or later drivers will not be seen. They will be out from the industry. Sorry to say that, but then robots will be, taking care. And mostly when we talk about the countries like US, Japan, Korea, on an international level, the trucking industries plays a major role, because obviously all the transportation, the Amazon, a major hub, uses the transportations like anything, because everything has to be done at the customer's place. You will not get anything ready-made or customized kind. You have to do it at your home. So transportation industry is there, but then when drivers will not be there, we can just think of, I mean, how many people will not be earning in that particular bracket. So this is something which is recently coming in, and within 1 or 2 years, my industries will be going to go for the totally on an automatic mode. There are trials going on over here. Even my industry is doing that. So I think 40 to 50% drivers will be taken off sooner or later, maybe 2 years down the line. Yeah.
Any other panelist who would like to further add anything?
My approach for this particular thing would be with a pinch of salt. Depending too much on AI would be difficult for next 4 to 5 years, because cybersecurity is something which has come up as a big challenge. Depending too much on software part has not proven good at all times. There have been some extraordinary cases. I have witnessed those particular cases from my own research fields. There is a tailored approach which is to be taken care in this particular regard. There are many sectors where AI can give a great advantage. There are few sectors in which AI may not give that same advantage. But of course, there are some big players in market. For example, IBM, Microsoft, they have entered into that particular domain where they can provide platforms for Gen AI. There are companies which can easily access those particular platforms and they can take care of their requirements. But of course, for other players who want to enter into in big time, they have to develop infrastructure. For example, data centers. It is not a clear direction at this point of time that how much volume of data will be consumed by a particular industry in next 5 years. So they have to analyze their own trends. They have to make long-term strategies, and then they have to identify what are those particular requirements. In India, many state governments are providing those particular facilities. But again, they also do not know what is that particular quantum of data that they want to handle. Another big thing which is going to come up is quantum computing. That is going to again change this entire perspective. So AI coupled with quantum, it is going to give you some very new directions. So maybe next 3 to 5 years will be some age of migration, by after which we will be able to say that yes, there is going to be a major change. And there is no doubt it is so exciting then when driverless cars comes into picture, that ADAS really helps. But it may not happen at all places. So maybe in next 3 to 5 years, things will be changing a lot, and we have to go with a pinch of salt. I handle close to 300 cases where I have to take a decision. Many of those decisions are financial. We go with that particular complete software mode, but we also try to keep some sort of a backup that, okay, if a software system fails, what is our plan B? And again, if plan B fails, what is our plan C? Because financials are something which we need to pay great attention. Similar thing happens whenever we deal with human resources. So if software fails, we cannot leave our humans behind. So again, this particular question is related with the ethics part, what we had been discussing. So next few years, yeah, we will properly understand what are going to be those major changes. Uh, it is a time where technology is converting at a very fast pace, very fast pace. And academic institutes have to really pull up their socks. They have to move at a very fast pace so that we can provide relevant human resource for taking on the coming challenges. Thank you, Anilji.
Thank you. So now let's wrap up this panel discussion. Very rightly pointed out by the esteemed panelists that data, particularly the data, right kind of data, their accuracy is very important for introducing the AI in organizations. And certainly it is the data quality, the accessibility of the data, and other related aspects are quite pertinent. Apart from that, we discussed that it is the conducive culture of the organization that plays a vital role as far as the readiness of the organization to adopt the AI is concerned. And here, the top management, the leadership has to play a very vital role. Of course, in order to bridge that talent gap in the field of AI, what is very important is that there should be a close interaction between the academia and the industry. And certainly, industries should come forward to provide that internship training to the students. Students should also take keen interest in getting the training from those organizations, institutions who are ready to provide them education and training in the field of AI. There is a consensus that unless that talent gap is bridged, perhaps it would be quite difficult to move further for the organization. Apart from that, a lot of innovations and changes are taking place as far as the technological development is concerned. You have talked about that cloud computing and the big data or chat GPT and the other developments are very pertinent and relevant for every organization. As far as the competition is concerned, of course, the scale is different. So small scale and MSME sector should also come forward and adopt this AI at the earliest possible if they want to have that competitive edge in the market. Apart from that, there might be possibility of resistance to change in the beginning, but certainly, as very rightly pointed out, that there's a need for reskilling of the senior employees in the organization in the field of AI. That is extremely important. Apart from that, there might be this ethical issues also, but if there is a transparency, if we are honest in our deeds, and if we are accountable to our stakeholders, perhaps we can minimize this ethical and the legal issues. And certainly, AI is not going to eat the jobs in the long term. Of course, there might be possibility of the reduction of the workforce in the short term, but in the long term, if people are well trained, if they are changing and molding according to the changing requirement, the employment problem in the long term will not come. Of course, there might be some short-term impact of introduction of the AI. And of course, the future is quite unpredictable as far as the AI is concerned. A lot of new things will be introduced, and certainly the future of AI is quite promising. Whether AI or not, we should go for AI. It is not a question of now choice. AI has come, and certainly its interference or its involvement in the organization will increase in the years to come. So the only option is that we should adopt it as fast as possible. So I'm thankful to all the esteemed panelists for their valuable inputs that they have provided, and I'm quite sure that students must have immensely benefited by the expertise of our this discussion today. Once again, thank you very much on my part for sparing your valuable time and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Over to the organizers, please.
Thanks a lot, sir. I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their expertise and contributing to such an engaging discussion. And thanks a lot, Mehta sir, for ensuring that this discussion should lead through a very insightful and in a dynamic way, sir. Thank you for your poised contribution, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to share here one feedback from our student audience as well. The panel was fantastic. So this was the feedback from the audience side also. So thanks a ton again for your impactful participation in this panel. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you. Thank
everyone.
you very much once
Thank you,
again.
everyone.
Thank you, Professor.
It was really a pleasure
Bye-bye.
meeting you virtually. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So
Thanks.
then let us plan meeting in person.
Yes,
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 certainly,
definitely,
certainly,
Akshay. Hope to have
certainly.
you all at IIM campus for our upcoming events. Anuj
Sure.
sir, Uday
Please do
sir,
invite me from
Akshay,
US.
Anju. Yes, sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I recently moved here
Sure.
and I was telling Bharti that I would love to come and interact with the students. They are the future corporate managers or the businessmen, so why not? I mean, a lot of opportunities waiting for them everywhere.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye, bye,
Everyone.
bye.
Bye.
Students, we shall meet again at 1 p.m. for the third technical session and paper presentations on the theme, Strategizing in an AI-Dominated World. We are pleased to announce the keynote speakers for the session, Dr. Desmond Okocha, Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Bingham University, Nigeria, MD Alauddin, academician and entrepreneur, Bangladesh, Dr. Melissa Esposito, ITI Medicine Giorgio Acrimano, Italy, and Professor Nadia Presnik, National University of Life and Environmental Sciences, Ukraine. Thank you all. See you all at 1 p.m.
Namaskar, everyone. We are about to begin shortly. We are just waiting for our keynote speakers to join. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Okocha. I hope you have joined, Dr. Okocha.
Yes, Professor Ampu, I've joined. Namaste.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, we will start this session soon. Okay, fine. You are the first speaker. Okay, they will introduce you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
You're welcome.
Namaskar all. Curiosity sparks exploration. Exploration fosters understanding. Understanding builds wisdom. Wisdom shapes the future. Namaskar once again, and a warm good morning, good afternoon to all. I, Dr. Gargi Sharma, on behalf of IIM and our collaborators, Institute for Leadership and Development Communication, Nigeria, South Asian Institute for Social Transformation, Bangladesh, BLS Bisotto Academy Advisory Company, Brazil, Bingham University, Nigeria, Northern University, Bangladesh, Dhaka, Jigyasa University, Uttarakhand, Abhilashi University, Himachal Pradesh, IIS deemed to be University, Jaipur, welcome you all to the third technical session titled Strategizing in AI-Dominated World. The first day of the conference began with an inaugural ceremony graced by the esteemed presence of chief guest Mr. Rishabh Nag, founder of Humanly.ai, guest of honor Mr. Nishant Patni, a serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and investment committee member at Startup Oasis, and keynote speaker Mr. Rohit Mehta, practice head of Pratham Softwares. Following the inaugural technical session 1, delved into the theme AI-driven management, harnessing technology for strategic advancement. Today, on the second day of ICMIT 2024, a panel discussion on AI readiness, technology impetus, and business adoption was organized. We are very glad to commence the third technical session titled Strategizing in an AI-Dominated World on the day 2 of the international conference. The keynote speaker in this session are Dr. Desmond Onimechi Okocha, Dean Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Bingham University, Naswara State, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mohammad Alauddin, academician and entrepreneur, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Melissa Esposita, ITI Medicine, Georgia, a ceremony, Italy. Professor Dr. Nadia P. Reznik, National University of Life and Environmental Science, Ukraine. May I now invite Dr. Desmond Onimichi Akocha to share his views on using digital media for corporate social responsibility, communication, and stakeholders engagement. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be part of this epoch-making conference. India has become my second home over the years. And I like the theme for this year's conference, which is AI-driven innovations, transforming IT and management dynamics. The world as we know it today has come a very long way. Business strategies, innovations, winning strategies have also transcended and have changed over the years. Therefore, if we use the same techniques and method that we applied in the 1920s or 1940s, even the early 2000s today, we might not survive as business entities, as societies, as religious bodies, as universities. The question is this: what is the winning strategy for the today, and how should organizations embrace this? So in my brief presentation this moment, I'm looking at using digital media for corporate social responsibility communication and stakeholder engagement. Someone might ask, how is this connected to AI? And the answer is simply this: we all know how algorithms have been empowered to regulate to engineer and to direct and to echo the direction that a digital space has taken over the years. There have been a lot of debates as to how, at what measure, individuals can direct and control what they do online. Therefore, we're looking at how corporate organizations, but knowing that India is a religious society, so I decided to use an uncommon case study, which is the religious bodies, the faith-based organizations. How can they ensure that they maximize the digital space in their activities of engaging with their stakeholders? So this presentation examines the effectiveness, perceived impacts, and challenges of using digital media in corporate social responsibility communication in Abuja, faith-based organizations. The theoretical framework of the study is the diffusion of innovation theory and stakeholder theory. A focus group discussion was utilized as a study design to examine stakeholders' views on faith-based organizations' CSR communication using digital media. About 30 varied stakeholder participants were selected using purposive sampling. These faith-based organizations use digital responsibility communication clarifications. When we talk about digital media, the term digital media refers to the use of electronic platforms and communication tools to create, to distribute, and to exchange information across various formats. This broad category encompasses technologies such as websites, social media platforms, email, mobile applications, blogs, podcasts, videos, and online forums. Digital media has transformed information accessibility and sharing in the contemporary era, offering interactive and dynamic features, unlike traditional media formats. Unlike print newspapers and broadcast television, digital media provides real-time engagement and participation in online communities. And one scholar has identified that one of the crucial characteristics of digital media is its accessibility and scalability, reaching global audiences instantly due to internet connectivity and the widespread use of mobile devices. We also need to ask ourselves, when we say faith-based organization, what do we mean? So the concept of faith-based organizations refers to institutions or groups rooted in religious faiths that operate to promote and practice religious beliefs while engaging in various forms of social and community activities. And we have thousands and thousands of them in India. These organizations are typically associated with specific religious traditions or denominations and include churches, mosques, temples, synagogues, and other religious institutions. A scholar did explain that FBOs, which is faith-based organizations, often play multifaceted roles within society, serving as centers for spiritual guidance, worship, and religious education, while functioning as hubs for social services, community outreach, and charitable endeavors. They frequently undertake initiatives to address social, economic, and environmental challenges within their communities, guided by the principles and values of their respective faith traditions. Having understood that, what do we mean when we talk about stakeholders' engagement in the context of corporate social responsibility? Stakeholder engagement refers to the process of
we can have your video on. Dr. Okocha, please switch on your video. Yeah, I just want to remember you. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you very much. So, in the context of corporate social responsibility, stakeholder engagement refers to the process of actively involving individuals, groups, or organizations who have a vested interest or concern in a particular cause, project, or decision-making process. No organization actually exists in a vacuum. Every organization works within a community, and in that community are various players. So for you to succeed and make progress as an entity, as a social entity, whether for profit or not for profit, you must recognize these entities that are regarded as your stakeholders and carry them along in your activities. So it goes beyond mere communication or consultation and involves meaningful interaction, collaboration, and participation of stakeholders at various stages of a project or initiative. Stakeholder engagement is crucial to organization management. It is crucial to the success of any business that you are doing. If you do not do stakeholder engagement, you will have limited impact in your activities. So what is the role of digital media in corporate social responsibility communication? CSR communication encompasses the strategies and methods organizations use to inform stakeholders such as employees, customers, investors, and the general public about their corporate social responsibility activities and commitment. This involves disseminating information about the company's efforts to operate sustainably on economic, social, and environmental fronts. The role of digital media in CSR communication has garnered significant attention in recent years, as evidenced by studies conducted by different scholars. These studies underscore the growing importance of digital platforms, including social media, website, web applications, in sharing CSR communication strategies for organizations. And I want to put it to us today that modern organizations need to have a designated office for digital media managers, no longer as an auxiliary service, but as a key component of the functioning of the organization. If this is done, then they will be able to make progress. So the contemporary era has witnessed a paradigm shift in the interaction of digital media and corporate social responsibility, fundamentally altering how organizations engage with their stakeholders. This shift is markedly pronounced within the domain of faith-based organizations. The faith-based organizations, deeply entrenched in the social societal fabric, fulfill dual roles as spiritual beacons and agent of social service and community engagement. The intricate interwovening of religious values, cultural norms, and organizational missions into the organizational or operational echoes makes the faith organization CSR communication and stakeholder engagement unique. We provide an opportunity for academic inquiry and practical application. It is possible today that a little temple somewhere in Rajasthan, somewhere in Churu, or somewhere in HP, or somewhere in any other part of India can reach to the end of the world, to any part of the planet, by effective engagement and utilization of the digital media platforms. And that is what this work is talking about. So the advent of digital media has ushered in a transformative era in communication, enduring, empowering, enabling faith-based organizations with potent tools, including social media, websites, email newsletters, and mobile applications that empower them to reach stakeholders with unprecedented effectiveness. So for want of time, what we try to do here in this work was to go out and ask questions and find out from faith-based organizations on how they think and they know that digital media could enhance their corporate social responsibility activities. So the study was done using qualitative research and employed focus group discussion as its primary research design. This approach was chosen for its effectiveness in facilitating rich qualitative data collection through group interactions, thereby enabling a comprehensive understanding of the challenges, the strategies, and impact linked to digital media applications in corporate social responsibility communication and stakeholder engagement. The study focused on a diverse population of stakeholders associated with faith-based organizations in Abuja, that is the capital of Nigeria, encompassing members of the congregation, community members, representatives from governmental and non-governmental organizations, donors, and other penitent groups. The 30 individuals were chosen to participate in the focus group discussions distributed across the 6 area councils of Abuja to maintain a balanced representation of the various stakeholder categories. To facilitate comprehensive discussions and note-taking, convenience, participants were tagged D1 to D30 to maintain anonymity and divided into groups, like 3 groups of 6, 1 group of 5, 1 group of 4, and 1 group of 3. This sample size was determined adequate for advancing and achieving data saturation and encapsulating a diverse range of insights within the study scope. A structured discussion guide, meticulously developed to align with the study's objective, served as a primary goal for data collection. This guide was designed to probe the participant views on using digital media in CSR communication by faith-based organizations. And this was collected within a period of 2 weeks. So let's get into the discussion as we move toward the end of this presentation. So the first objective of the study was to determine the utilization of digital media by faith-based organizations in Abuja, which is a federal capital territory, for corporate social responsibility communication. The researchers observed that the utilization of digital media is prevalent among faith-based organizations in Abuja. This aligns with the position of Moore in 2013 and Dur in 2019, that digital media has gained prevalence in corporate social responsibility communication. Participants indicated a diverse range of digital media platforms used for corporate social responsibility communication, including social media platforms, video sharing platforms, messaging applications, video conferencing platforms, podcasting platforms, email, marketing tools, and crowdfunding platforms. Participants emphasized the importance of platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and website for sharing updates, photos, and videos about CSR activities. This goes to buttress the assertion of Cho et al. In 2017 that platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn allow organizations to share updates about their CSR activities and initiatives, respond to inquiries, and solicit feedback from stakeholders promptly. In addition, participants highlighted the use of blogs, email correspondence, newsletters, crowdfunding sites, virtual events, webinars, interactive infographics, podcasts, video narrative, and collaborations with influencers or organizations for effective CSR communication via digital media. This finding suggests that faith-based organizations in Abuja actively leverage on digital media to communicate their CSR initiative. Aside that, the study also assessed how faith-based organizations utilize digital media platforms to communicate their CSR initiatives. The findings of this activity that we engage as through the fieldwork reveals a spectrum of utilization levels among organizations, not uniform. They were different depending on their focus and what they want to achieve. And this range from trying to let people buy into their initiative, partnership, sponsorship, communities coming out in the mass, probably want to do medical outreach, want to probably commission a borehole, we want to give a sanitary pad, we want to do immunization and all that. So they use them for various reasons. And that is something that we'll find very encouraging among the organizations that were interviewed. And again, The researchers set out to identify the challenges encountered by faith-based organizations in utilizing digital media for corporate social responsibility communication and stakeholder engagement. The results underscore various obstacles encountered by faith-based organizations in Abuja when employing digital media for CSR communication and stakeholder engagement, aligning with the insights shared by Chen and Hong in 2019 and Gupta et al. In 2021 regarding faith organization adoption of digital media for CSR communication. These challenges include limited funding, technical expertise, and trained personnel, which hinder the effective utilization of digital media platform. Additionally, the digital gap poses a significant barrier to reaching stakeholders with limited internet access, while cultural sensitivities and religious views complicate communication strategies. Concerns about data privacy, content creation, and measuring impact further exacerbated the challenges encountered by these organizations in leveraging digital media for corporate social communication. But then, by overcoming barriers such as the things of mentioned, they're able to maximize this. So, as a conclusion, the study did demonstrate that faith-based organizations in Abuja are increasingly embracing digital media as a pivotal channel for corporate responsibility communication and stakeholder engagement. The findings reveal a spectrum of effectiveness in digital media strategies employed by these organizations, ranging from highly effective to moderately effective in capturing and maintaining the interest and participation of stakeholders. Key strategies such as frequent update on social media, maintaining dynamic and informative websites, hosting engaging virtual events, and producing compelling multimedia content are identified as particularly impactful. However, the variation in perceived effectiveness underscores the necessity for continuous refinement and optimization of digital media strategies to ensure maximum impact. Despite the identified challenges, the positive outcomes associated with using digital media in CSR practices are undeniable. Among the notable impact are enhanced organizational reputation, increased trust and credibility, greater reach to diverse communities, improved visibility and transparency, and the promotion of public understanding and enlightenment. These outcomes advance faith-based organizations' CSR agenda and contribute to broader societal impact, such as social and environmental justice. In conclusion, this study underscores the crucial and critical role of digital media in shaping and advancing CSR practices among faith organizations in Abuja, highlighting its potential and the challenges faced. By effectively leveraging digital media, faith-based organizations can amplify their impact, foster deeper connection with stakeholders, and drive meaningful social change, ultimately contributing to positive community development and the advancement of societal well-being. As a form of recommendation for organizations that want to get into this and for us researchers, we did put forward that faith-based organizations should prioritize investment in digital literacy programs and training for staff and volunteers to enhance their proficiency in utilizing digital media effectively for CSR communication. Number two, faith-based organizations should tailor their digital media content to resonate with various audience segments. Number three, implementing robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms is crucial for assessing the impact of digital media strategies on CSR communication and stakeholder engagement. And finally, recognizing the existence of digital divides and disparities in access to technology. Faith-based organizations should adopt inclusive approaches to ensure equitable participation in digital media initiative. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. And as I've said, it's important for organizations not to see digital engagement as a fringe, as auxiliary, but to bring it into their mainstream strategic operation. And when we do this, and with this era of AI, we are sure to enhance our effectiveness, our sustainability, and our progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your perspective on using digital media for corporate social responsibility communication and stakeholder engagement. Thank you so very much. May I now request Professor Dr. Nadia Reznik to please share her perspective on the theme. Ma'am, may I please request you to switch on your camera? Professor Nadia Reznik, ma'am. Are you here, ma'am?
Dr. Nadia, are you there? Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Nadia.
Good afternoon, Mom. Yes, I need more voice. And I'll start, please, with greetings. First of all, I'm here 2 days, and I see representatives from many countries of higher education institution, scholars, students, representative of civil society institution, as well as representatives of public authorities. So I would like to express my gratitude to the conference organizer who have done everything and more in this extremely difficult condition to ensure that the conference took place and was held at the proper scientific and organizational level, and that each participant receive the relevant materials and certificates of participation, etc. We will do our best as members of this conference to make sure that you have the best impression of the conference, and we wish you a fruitful and effective work and satisfaction from its results. So, dear colleagues, I'm from Ukraine. You know that we have a big friendship with India universities, and we have more than 2 years, as I remember, a collaboration between our universities as a lecture, as participants of such events of knowledges to change our knowledges. So it's really good to have such support from India to Ukraine students, to Ukraine scientists. And we are not in good position now, but we still strong and believe in the future. And we also working together in logistics and two things in the world. It's more important than maybe something else. It's stock market and logistics. You know that when all our planet was in a pandemic situation, two things, I mean logistics also was in very, very good situation when supply chain management start to it was like a modernization of logistics, new ways of logistics. So now it's very important things, and everywhere, not only in for example, avia or rail station. It's really a new life of this. But we have a lot of such things like digitalization of processes. It's very new scenes, and we use it all these scenes in our gadgets. For example, it's a new links of delivery system, of post and another logistic system which we know only last 3-4 years. So I want to share my screen and just stop of some.
Ma'am, are you able to share your screen? Because we have already given you the permission.
Yeah, please, if it's possible.
Ma'am, we have already given it to you.
Yeah.
The permission is with you.
Okay. Okay, moment. Is it visible?
Not yet, not yet.
Not
yes,
yet.
Yes, it has appeared. Yes.
Yeah.
We request you to please put it in full view mode. Full
now
view.
It's okay.
Ma'am, it is not full view mode.
Now it's better?
Yeah, it's better. It's better, ma'am.
Okay, logistic is the world and its development prospects. Just two important things. The world of logistics is constantly changing. The last 4 years have shown that the globally supply chain is vulnerable to description and innovation. So, as you know, innovation in logistics last 4 years, it's really changed. So we have 5 scenes. It's digitalization of logistics. So after COVID pandemic, big players such as Myers, MSC, Harald Lloyd, and others have gone digital, but something surprising has happened. Transport companies have also gone digital, and in many cases have implemented their own software system and tools of their customers. Artificial intelligence. Yes, sometimes we say that it's not good, for example, in studying, in education process, but in logistics, artificial intelligence and blockchain technology can help further digitize and automate the shipping world. Developments in these areas are expected to improve real-time tracking of shipment and supply chain transparency. Building of software already is used in industry. Another significant step towards digitalization is the introduction of paperless delivery. The second, it's economic obstacles. After the difficult economic period of the pandemic and economic turbulence, every businessman hopes that the hard economic times are behind us. There are many aspects of economy in which we can feel confident by growth measures to reduce the income gaps and easing regulation. However, many challenges remain. Inflation is not yet low enough for freight forwards to increase revenue and profits without increasing cost. The next thing, it's sustainable developments of logistics. You know that we are in process of sustainable economy, and we know 17 points of the sustainable economy. And we also understood that it's much more important than we can imagine before. So sustainable development of logistics is also part of sustainable economy, and sustainability and green business practice have been discussed for many years. You know that I'm also working in like students in Bernhofschule. It's in Switzerland, and it's very interesting that much more students wants to enter to this university because recycling technology, logistics technology, Renoview, sustainability, green economy, circular economy. It's the main important things in researcher of these students, PhD degrees. So such a new wave also added to new education program of Europe first of all, and after that, when Europe show us example how it's to be, we can use also in our life, in Ukraine life, India life, or in around the world, of course. So global shipping regulator have introduced rules such as the International Maritime Organization, IMO, 2020 rule, requiring clean fuels and upgrade emission, because it's zero emission program. A lot of scientific program also consists from this emission system. So water shortage, such as the low water level seen the year in the Panama Channel, and the excessive in the Western Union states. As I know that till of, I think we have 15 years till of end such initiative of most of the world to change private sector of sustainable development, and logistic companies, such logistics organizations like Myers, also have taken the lead and the new ship. I know that in Netherlands experience in this, it's a first like a pioneer. They wants to change all shipping, and really it's as I told you before, it's a really new wave in logistics. Last mile delivery, it's next. The last mile delivery ecosystem has changed rapidly over the past few years, and by this year, major retails will have taken steps to take over many aspects of this last mile delivery operation. Over the past few years, Walmart, Target, and Home Depot have expanded the last mile delivery option by choosing to take over some operation from existing carriers to provide services such as express delivery. Many retailers have also opted for some day delivery. The next, but not last, supply chain resilience. The COVID pandemic has exposed that really supply global chains was renovated after pandemic. And as you know, a pandemic and war, it's not always about bad or worse situation. Sometimes such scenes, it's about perspectives, it's about good scenes, and it's about logistics, it's about medicine management, it's about healthcare goods, because if you use such you in healthcare, it means that people can provide our life, for example, for 120 years. So we need to have a lot of research in healthcare after pandemic, after war, because for example, if we speak about Israel, it's a big war history, and technology in this country, in medicine, in engineer, it's very progressive. It's because they need to be progressive and modernize a lot of process. In logistics, it's working the same. And the last, it's cybersecurity in logistics. It's also scenes which we receive when we have two gadgets, notebooks, laptops. If we have such a lot of scenes which help us to provide our conference online, to provide our live meet with our children, we can check where our children are, we can control it. But in the same time, it's also big problem because we need to use security, and security in our gadget, security in our technology, security in our transportation, in logistics, because you know that if you know where this car situated or where these goods are situated, driver where is, it's could very easy to come and to stole something. So cybersecurity in the logistics, it's also new, and we can use it from point A to point B to use tracking, for example, to use a lot of codes. So as the world goes digital, cybersecurity is becoming in the same way to very important. And a lot of countries like United States, like China, like India, use such knowledges to protect our goods, to protect our lives, to protect our health, because you know sometimes we are very nervous when we heard something not good about our business, for example, or about our children, or etc. So we need to use like cyber technology, security technology to protect our life. So this year will be a year of deep investment in our future, in business future, in the areas of digitalization, sustainability, last-minute delivery, supply chain, and cybersecurity. So if you decided to change the world, you can start from logistics and supply chain management. That is all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your deliberation. It was indeed very insightful and very thought-provoking. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are pleased to share that Dr. Melissa Esposito, ma'am, has shared her deliberations on artificial intelligence at school via her recorded video clipping. May I please request our team members to play her video? In a short file we are arranging. Yes, the video is here. Thank you. The voice is not coming, sir. We are trying to fix it. Voice is not there. We'll just try once more. We are trying to find out and fix the problem. Please bear with us just for a couple of minutes.
From Italy. This is Melissa Esposito at ICMIT 2024, spearheaded by ICIM Jaipur. Professor Ashok Gupta, founder of ICIM, deserves a special mention for my side, as without his mentorship, this would not have been possible. Professor Manjur Nair and their team, whom I am very familiar, throughout Professor Ampu, all of you deserve special appreciation for the unique blend of dedication and teamwork. I am honored by Professor Rupa and Professor Manju for allowing me to be a part of ICMIT 2024. Professor Manju, your hard work in answering global standards since 2015 for ICMIT is highly commendable. Dr. Preeti, Dr. Vijay, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Swati, Dr. Kavaldeep, all of you and the ICIM team deserves appreciation for this event. My heartfelt thanks to all of you. My recorded presentation will be shown to you due to the time zone difference. Grazie a tutti per aver ascoltato il mio messaggio. Saluti e ciao dall'Italia. Thank you all for listening to me. Kisses and hugs from Italy. Bye bye. Ciao da Melissa. Hello, I am Melissa Esposito from Italy and I am math teacher in high schools. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Manjur Nahir, Principal ICIM Jaipur, Dr. Preeti Tiwari, Associate Professor, for inviting me to this wonderful and important event, and Dr. Ampur for his infinite kindness and his immediate availability for all my requests. It's a great honor for me to be here with you. And now let's start to speak about artificial intelligence at school. AI has the potential to revolutionize the way we teach and learn, but to do so effectively, we must be based on solid human, value-based, didactical, and pedagogical principles. Consider the advantages and the disadvantages, the opportunities and risks. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the world we live in, and education is no exception. AI can be a powerful tool for improving the effectiveness of teaching and learning by personalizing the educational experience for each student. But how can pedagogy and teaching benefit from this technology? The advantages and disadvantages of AI in teaching and educational fields. Artificial intelligence is radically transforming the educational landscape, introducing innovative tools and techniques that can enrich and personalize the learning experience. This digital revolution is not just changing the way students acquire knowledge, but is also the refining the role of teachers and the very structure of the learning environment. But what exactly does it mean to implement AI in teaching and educational fields? And what benefits can it brings? AI is, in simple terms, refers to systems that imitate or simulate human intelligence. In education, this can translate into a range of applications, from using chatbots to answer student questions, to data analytics to monitor students' progress and personalize their learning progress. One of the ways in which AI can improve teaching and education is, for example, throughout the implementation of personalized learning paths. These paths allow students to manage their own study sequence, making learning more flexible and tailored to their personal goals. Another powerful tool offered by AI is machine learning. This technology can be used to analyze data and create inferences that can help improve education. For example, machine learning can help predict when a student might drop a course, allowing educators to intervene sooner. Learning analytics is another useful tool offered by AI. This technology can help identify students who are likely to be highly motivated, as well as those who may be at risk of dropping out. This information can be used to modify course design and improve the learning experience for all students. Conversational and pedagogical agents, such as chatbots, can be used to interact with students and provide instructional support. These agents can answer students' questions, provide feedback, and help create a more interactive learning environment. Finally, blockchain can be used to provide a certification system for online courses. This technology can ensure that certifications are secure and permanent, making it easier for students to demonstrate their skills and accomplishments. In short, AI has enormous potential to improve education. However, to fully exploit this potential, we need to ensure that our teaching strategies and techniques are up to the challenge. Only in this way can we create more sustainable, diverse, and accessible learning environments for all students. It is crucial to highlight the crucial importance of pedagogy in the context of AI enhanced education. Artificial intelligence, while a powerful tool, is nothing more than a means to an end. Its intrinsic value and positive impact on education largely depend on how it is implemented and used. And this is where the irrepressible role of pedagogy comes into play. Pedagogy, with its theories and practices, provides us with the fundamental guidelines for using AI effectively and responsibly in the educational sector. It helps us navigate in the ever-changing landscape of digital education, ensuring that the use of AI is always aligned with the pedagogical principles and student needs. Furthermore, pedagogy reminds us that the goal of education goes far beyond the simple transmission of information. Education aims to develop students' skills, shape their values, and prepare them to face real world challenges. AI can certainly enrich the process, but it is pedagogy that guides its orientation and ensures its quality. Harmony between teaching, pedagogy, and artificial intelligence. AI can be integrated into teaching in many ways. For example, throughout the use of online learning platforms, educational games, or intelligent tutoring systems. The important thing is that the use of AI is always guided by pedagogical and didactic considerations. But how can pedagogy and teaching benefit from this technology? Sharing some examples. Personalization of learning. AI can analyze each student's learning style and adapt the content and pace of teaching according to their needs. Automatic management of daily tasks. These technological tools can be responsible for correcting homeworks, saving precious time for teachers who can then focus on more relevant tasks. Help with the decision making. Sophisticated algorithms can process large volumes of data, providing educators with the critical input to make more informed decisions. Disability assistance. These tools can be used to assist students with disabilities, for example, throughout speech recognition programs or automatic translators. Virtual assistants. Educators can leverage virtual assistants to facilitate students' learning outside of the classroom setting. Chatbots for education. Students can use chatbots to resolve their doubts at any time, thus promoting self-directed learning. Organizational learning. End of lessons. AI can help plan and organize lessons, taking into account the needs and abilities of each student. And it is essential not to forget that the implementation of these technologies should always be guided by deep ethical reflection, taking into consideration the limits and the potential of artificial intelligence. AI has enormous potential to improve education, but to realize this potential, we must integrate it harmoniously with the pedagogy and teaching. Only in this way can we ensure that AI is at the service of education and not the other way around. Let us always remember that the ultimate goal is to create a learning environment that is engaging, effective, and respectful of the individual needs of each student. So artificial intelligence as a catalyst for epochal changes. In fact, we are living in an era of transformation in the field of education, and one of the catalysts for this change is artificial intelligence. AI is becoming increasingly integrated into the educational process, reformulating the methodologies and skills needed to teach and learn. To fully understand this evolution, it is essential to understand how AI can be an effective ally in teaching and how it can coexist and interact with the role of the educator. Student need education about AI must be comprehensive and diverse. Not only should they have technical knowledge of this tool, but they should also be able to place it in a broader context. AI can be combined with other disciplines such as mathematics, computer science, neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and pedagogy, thus creating an interdisciplinary learning path. So another fascinating aspect of AI in education is its potential to improve so-called soft skills, such as problem solving and teamwork, by using innovative tools such as learning bots or AI-based learning platforms. We can create new opportunities for students to perfect these skills. However, despite these inspiring advances, it is vital not to forget that AI cannot and should not replace the fundamental role of the teacher. Educators have an irreplaceable role in guiding students, contributing to their overall education. Finally, we cannot ignore the challenges that loom on the horizon, such as issues related to privacy and data reliability. With AI becoming an increasingly integral part of education, we will need to address and overcome these challenges as effectively as possible. Teaching pedagogy and artificial intelligence. What are the risks? The intersection between teaching pedagogy and artificial intelligence offers many opportunities, but also presents some risks and dangers. Here are some of the most significant. Dependence on technology. Excessive use of technology can lead to excessive dependence on it, reducing students' ability to think critically and independently. Data privacy and security. AI-powered learning platform collect a large amount of data about students. This raises concerns about privacy and data security. If not managed properly, this data could fall into the wrong hands or to be abused inappropriately. Equity in access. Not all students have the same access to technology. This can create a digital divide, with some students having access to AI-enhanced learning resources, while others do not. Teachers replacement. There is a risk that AI could be seen as a teacher replacement rather than a tool to improve teaching. Teachers play a crucial role in education, providing guidance, emotional support, and human context that AI cannot replicate. Ethics of AI. The use of AI in education also raises ethical questions. For example, how should it be used to evaluate students? Which decision should be made by technology and which should be made by humans? Quality of learning. There is a risk that AI could lead to superficial learning rather than deep understanding. This technology can be very effective in providing immediate and personalized feedback, but may not be able to promote critical thinking and in-depth reflection. These risks highlight the importance of a balanced and thoughtful approach to integrating AI into education. Educators, policymakers, and technology developers must work together to ensure that AI is used ethically, safely, and effectively in education. Understanding artificial intelligence is crucial for parents, teachers, and educators. This awareness allows us to accompany and be accompanied by younger people as they explore this constantly growing digital universe, providing them with the tools necessary to face the digital future that inevitably awaits them. Artificial intelligence teaching and pedagogy represent a triptych of forces that, working together, have the potential to revolutionize the way we learn and teach. AI is not a substitute for the teacher, but a powerful tool that, if used correctly, can enrich the learning experience, personalize it, and make it more effective. But remember, AI is just a tool, and like any tool, its value lies in how we use it. The true magic of education still lies in the hands of educators, in their skills, in their passion, in their commitment to forming minds and shaping the future. AI can help navigate the future, but set the course. We set the course. Useful apps for teaching at school that use artificial intelligence, from creating quizzes to creating graphics. And we are in a historical moment in which we are talking widely about artificial intelligence. It is rapidly becoming an integral part of our daily lives. And in the world of education and instruction, we see it emerging as a powerful tool capable of revolutionizing our learning and teaching methods. Old and new applications are adapting to change by exploring new frontiers and making education more accessible, personalized, and engaging. How we can explain AI in few simple words? AI is essential the ability of a computer or information system to process and implement data by imitating human intelligence. This means it can learn, reason, solve problems, and make decisions all without direct human intervention. In other words, AI can be trained to perform a wide range of tasks, from simple internet search algorithms to autonomous vehicle driving. In schools, AI offers multiple opportunities, especially in personalized learning. Thanks to AI, teachers can adapt teaching and materials and teaching strategies to the specific needs of each student so that student can learn and at their own pace and according to their own learning styles, thus improving the effectiveness of education. Artificial intelligence can also play an important role in identifying areas where students may need additional assistance and helping teachers and professors reinforce and enhance where needed. Throughout that analysis, it can identify children's learning patterns and report any learning difficulties or gap to teachers. This allows teachers to intervene promptly and provide the necessary support to ensure students' educational success. However, adopting AI in schools is not without challenges. One of the main concerns is privacy and data security. AI is based on the analysis of large amounts of data. It is essential, therefore, to ensure that students' personal information is protected and used responsibly. Who among us does not fear that he may replace the teacher himself, that he may take our place? In reality, it is a tool that should be treated as such, a complementary tool, not a substitute, neither for teacher nor for students, which helps in the teaching and learning process. AI certainly manages to automate some activities, such as assessing homework or creating the teaching materials. But empathy, relationships, the spoken and unspoken emotions, and one-to-one relationship with the students remain essential to guide and inspire students, providing them with the emotional and motivational support they need to grow and learn peacefully. It is us teachers who manage to make ourselves and our children feel good at school. Artificial intelligence represents one of the greatest innovations in the field of education and beyond, with its potential to personalize learning, identify students' needs, and improve teaching effectiveness. It offers endless opportunities to transform the way we learn and teach. However, it is essential to address the challenges of privacy, security, and fear of human replacement to ensure that it can be used ethically. There are now many apps that use artificial intelligence and that analyze data relating to children performance and learning models to offer personalized education paths, to make content appealing or to change and innovate a methodology. As I always say, the objectives remains the same. Those to which we refer with the programs linked to the reference regulatory sources. One of the great potential of AI is in providing immediate feedback. Students can thus understand real-time which areas need more attention, facilitating efficient learning. These apps not only facilitate access to education, but also make it more engaging and tailored to the needs of each teenager or child. And now let's speak about app for teaching with the aid of AI, especially in recent times, applications that are adapting and keeping up with the time. The times are becoming increasingly popular on the web. Now let's try to find out of some. App for personalized tutoring. These are apps that use AI to adapt to students' learning style, offering personalized exercises and explanations. Languages, for those who want to learn or improve a language, that are AI-based apps that provide simulated conversations with the natives of the language. And the mathematics, there are apps that, thanks to AI, assist students in solving mathematical problems, showing detailed steps and solutions for a variety of exercises. Coding, to learning code, and there are apps that use AI to guide students throughout coding exercises, adapting difficulty based on the user's progress. Organization and planning, and reading and comprehension. And although these apps can be very useful, human interaction and application remain the key components of the learning process. Let's take some examples. Socrative. Use AI to create interactive quizzes and assessment activities. Teacher can instantly monitor student responses and provide real-time feedback. Duolingo. This app uses machine learning algorithms to tailor language lessons to students' individual learning needs. It is a great tool for learning a new language. Kahoot, my favorite app. I am a Kahoot ambassador in the world. Already well known, especially for creating fun quizzes, now integrates AI to create engaging educational quizzes and games. Teachers can easily create custom questions and students participate using their mobile devices. And then now let's speak about Grammarly. Uses AI to correct the grammar, punctuation, and spelling in real time. It is especially useful for students who want to improve their writing skills effectively. And Google Classroom incorporates AI features to simplify class management, assignment, distribution, and grading. Teachers can use AI to automate some tasks, allowing them to focus more on actual teaching. Quizlet, used to create custom flashcards and quizzes for a wide range of topics. Students can use the app to review study material in an interactive and effective way. And Marfei, it is an artificial intelligence application that uses technology to improve language learning and teaching. Marfei uses voice recognition to listen and understand what users say. And this is useful for practicing pronunciation, improving listening skills. Instantly translates sentences spoken by users into different languages. It also offers grammatical correction of sentences spoken by users, identifies grammatical errors and suggests correction to improve linguistic accuracy. Canva, it is an online graphic design platform that allows you to easily create a variety of visual designs such as posters, flyers, presentations, logos, social media posts, and much more. This presentation is made with Canva. It has an intuitive interface to make it easier to use. Its drags and drops allows you to drag and drop elements such as images, texts, and shapes onto projects. Very useful in different disciplines for every school level, and it offers a wide range of predefined templates for various types of projects and helps to save time and guarantee a professional design by making numerous graphic resources available such as images, icons, illustrations, and interesting fonts. Sharing projects with other students or teachers cannot be missing, which allows for collaborative review and editing. It is accessible for any device with an internet connection, including computers, tablets, and smartphones. There is both a free and paid version. It is a powerful online graphic design tool that offers many options for creating ever-catching visual content quickly and easily. These are just some of the many apps that use artificial intelligence to improve the learning and teaching process. It is important to explore different options and choose the ones that best suit the specific needs of your class and students. And so my speech is ended, and I'm very proud to have been a speaker for this interesting and very useful event. These are my contacts. Write to me or call me if you want other collaborations. I always make myself available for you. And now I want to thank you again, Dr. Manjur Nair, Principal ICIM Jaipur, Dr. Preeti Taiwari, Associate Professor, for inviting me to this wonderful and important event, and Dr. Ampur, always for his infinite kindness. It's a great honor for me to be here with you. Write me your feedback and see you soon.
We appreciate the spirit of Dr. Melissa Esposito. We extend a heartfelt thanks for your cooperation, ma'am. I would like to acknowledge the collaboration of ours with Ukraine Government University, represented by Professor Nadia. I again would like to thank all the keynote speakers for sharing their valuable thoughts. We are grateful to all of our collaborators for their valuable support. We wish everyone a fulfilling journey of learning and an enthusiastic spirit of research. AI-driven emerging technologies are rapidly transforming industries, ushering in a new era of innovation and efficiency. As artificial intelligence continues to advance, it is not only transforming business operations, but also revolutionizing the way companies engage with customers and make strategic decisions. By automating routine tasks and harnessing the power of advanced data analytics, AI is opening doors to possibilities that were once unimaginable, driving breakthroughs across every sector. The topic and discussions today are truly inspiring and stimulating. The road ahead is long but incredibly exciting. Let's continue this journey together. Once again, I thank you all and look forward to your cooperation in the upcoming events and activities. Have a wonderful day. Thank you all.
Жалко.